does. It's his USP. But it was drying out, so those times maybe not that relative. Of course, that switch that highlighted for that Porsche to a Ferrari, it may still be a mid-engined GT3 car, but it's all the systems are totally different. With a Porsche, with a brand or a make, you've stuck with it, you're going to get used to it. So a new version is an upgrade on something you know already. Your knowledge base is there. Suddenly switching to a different brand, it isn't as simple as it says Ferrari on the front, not Porsche. Everything's different. I'm sure it's all its computers and stuff will be different. Its modules, everything. So the whole team, top down, adapt to that new car. So I would say that's not particularly indicative of where that Ferrari is.
No, I think it's going to come good through the course of the season, and another team to definitely look out for in respect of the 296 GT3 is WTM, who've also managed to get one of a brand new car. So Wochenspiegel, Team Monschau by Rinaldi Racing. Now they are far more used to Ferraris and the 488, so you would hope that there'll be some transferable skills from the 488 to the brand new car.
I think they get the award for the longest team name, don't they?
Yeah, indeed. Monschau, just down the road from here, of course, down the parallel public road to the Dottinger Hohe. But you can see why they shortened it to WTM. You were chatting to me just before we got started to say that you were speaking to, I don't know if I said it publicly, but someone has driven the...
Jody Fannin, yeah.
So Jody Fannin's been testing the 296.
Yes, shaking down for Racing One.
And what does he think of it?
Well, one of his texts to me yesterday was spaceship.
Okay.
Exclamation mark, that's all it said. And he said it's a piece of kit, it's going to be something quite phenomenal. And of course, he's raced the 488 Evo, whatever last version it was, extensively for Racing One, and looking to do, I think, obviously Le Mans again this year, but certainly NLS later this season with Racing One. But he just said it is phenomenal. So they haven't even got, they've been basically doing, he was at Barcelona Thursday, and I think Monza yesterday, and he was just saying they're just doing system setup and getting used to it. And he said, and already, he just said it's light years on from the 488. It's a leap. So Ferrari seem to, certainly in terms of sports car world at the moment, we've seen that at Sebring, haven't we, with their pole position, with their new hypercar, and they did finish 2 laps off, but third. So Ferrari seem to have got their sports car game back, which is something that warms the cockles of my heart, because Ferrari have always been there. That's always there. Yes, they were Formula One. Yes, of course, that's always the headline grabber. But Ferrari's in sports cars. I'm old enough to say 512s, and Johnny's looked at the history books and knows what I mean by that.
Just about.
Whereas I can remember them. Yeah, I know. Move on from that. But it's sports car racing. This is what we do, isn't it? That's you want to see them doing that. And so back at the front again, it's so good to have that name back in sports car racing at all levels, not just the hypercars of WEC and Le Mans, etc., but here. NLS and onto customer cars and see it growing. It's a massive. You've only got to look at all the different Ferrari challenges around the world, and it's phenomenal.
Yeah.
So great news.
Wonderful to have them at the top flight of world sports car racing and taking pole position on Thursday night at Sebring. The race didn't go quite as well for them, but baby steps as Ferrari return for the first time in 50 years to top-level sports car racing, and it is great to have the customer GT3 program as well.
That's why you don't know. First time in 50 years.
Exactly.
You haven't made anywhere near 50 years of summers yet, have you?
So, not quite.
No, nowhere
not
near.
Quite.
I know.
No, indeed.
I know. I hate him.
The other thing to think about is GT3 will be eligible for Le Mans next year, so we're going to have 296s in the GT category. You've got to think moving forward in the World Endurance Championship. Apt Sportline. Speaking of teams associated with Audis more than anything else, but at Sportsline actually have a Lamborghini Huracan GT3 for Max Hacklander, who drives for Conrad Motorsport, beg pardon. So it's Kelvin van der Linde and Marco Mappelli in the at Sportsline Raging Bull, and Maximilian Hacklander driving for the Conrad Motorsport version as well. But so we're going to have Huracans on the grid as we have had in previous seasons. Just a small handful of those, though, compared to the German manufacturers that dominate the first 5 rows of the grid. Also, though, looking at Falcon Motorsport in their Porsche. As I mentioned, Porsche struggled, it seems, in qualifying. When you've got to look down to 10th position to find the first 911 GT3R. Balance of performance, I didn't really want to mention that phrase this early on in the season, but that will be looked at from round to round. And of course, this is always the very political part of the year. For the first few parts of NLS, moving towards the keystone event that isn't part of the championship, the Nürburgring 24 hours, and clearly data's being drawn in by the organisers to work out how best to balance certainly the key four manufacturers from Germany.
Yeah, and also another switcher team is KCMG, again synonymous with Porsches and GT4s and Caymans, and they've switched to Toyota over the winter, the Hong Kong-based team. And you just think about that Hong Kong-based team to come and do the Nürburgring. Such is the appeal. They wouldn't do it for no other reason. They do single-seaters, very much in that world as well. But they come all the way over here to do the Nürburgring. Such is the draw and appeal of this extraordinary circuit. Just going back to qualifying for a minute there, Johnny, just a little reflection there. I mentioned about the not necessarily indicative time of that Ferrari we mentioned, Ficadella. I think, no disrespect to Kuba Gamaziak at all, he's on pole position, he's the one who got the job done. But those last 10 minutes of that qualifying, the track was drying so much, it was a little bit of a lottery. And that's absolutely no disrespect to a pole position man, all those guys at the front. You've only got to look at the different positions for the Volkenhorst boys of where their cars do, because they got one right up there, didn't they?
On pole, yes.
Pole. And then the sister cars, P8.
Yes.
So not really representative. So my point being, from an entertainment point of view, as watching it, I think that opening stint for all those drivers could be very, very interesting if things changing order, which makes it great for us.
Entirely, and it doesn't take that long, considering how long this lap is. It's not very long till you interact with the back end of the third group and traffic. So you really have to.
We normally reckon it's just over about a lap or so, don't we?
Yeah.
They get about a clear lap. Sorry, I could have crossed you there.
Not at all. No, it's about making hay early on and making use of that clear air. And you could argue how important is qualifying for a 4-hour race, but actually to be on the first 2 rows could be key, particularly if you can make a bit of a break. And any time you can earn during that first lap, which is relatively quiet compared to the 27 other laps that we'll be doing, it may well pay dividends. The downside of racing around here, of course, is that if you do go into an incident area, first of all, it's yellow flags, but it's not actually speed limited. It's just no overtaking. So that's a chance for a car that might have dropped 5-6 seconds behind you to close in again. And, we send the cars out into the countryside with big gaps between them, and they often return on the Dottinger Hohe, nose to tailing.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very good point of it's just the luck of the draw how that falls. And you're right, we go to a code 60, and just think about that. Code 60 is 32 miles an hour. Yeah, so you're racing speed, no to tail with somebody, and you've got to go to 60 and go down to 32 miles an hour. One of the problems with racing drivers is they're not trained to drive slowly.
No.
So that's difficult. But you've got to obey them, and of course, then there's infringements and penalties. But you're absolutely spot on, Johnny. The big issue there is, where does that fall? Because just preceding that in the incident, unless it's right, you tend to get a yellow flag.
Yeah.
So if you go into it and somebody else behind doesn't get to it in time, they can close that gap, and it can. Then you've got the psychology of what happens when it comes out of code 6 and goes back to green again. You were saying a minute ago about qualifying, in terms of what's the point of qualifying up at the front, and what's the kudos of qualifying up at the front in a 4-hour race. And it's exactly that. It's bragging rights. Because it's a mark of everybody else, and from a driver's point of view, and the whole team down, actually, it's confidence. If your car, you say you're third, or second's just first loser.
Yeah.
So it's that confidence of, we're here, we're in the game, and it is really, really important. So why I highlighted that thing on the 2 Volkenhorst cars. That's P1 and P8 or 9, 8. That's quite a gap on 2 effectively identical cars.
It's also, though, I mean, if you're going to overtake on the first lap, you kind of got to do it on the Grand Prix track, or indeed on the Dottinger Hohe, but otherwise it's single file around here, I've tended to find through the years.
It's an interesting mentality, actually, because I would say, and I'm sure drivers are going to start sending in various things on tweets and all sorts now to me and contradict it, which is exactly what we want. Brilliant. I would say that it's, as you say, absolutely, if you're somewhere at the front, go for it on that first lap. It's always the best opportunity, especially today, if you know you've got a good solid car underneath you, but you haven't qualified well because of track conditions and just timing when you were out on the track. you know you can there. It's free time, so go for it. I would suggest that once you get onto the Nürburgring itself, onto the Nordschleife, that lovely left-hand hairpin that I comment on so many times, is, to me, it's an absolute marker. The Schween-Smits curve, it is now called. It's a 180-degree left-hander, and we always say this place is narrow, and there's a little bit of runoff. There's a few gravel traps, but ostensibly, most of it, the side of the track, is a white line, a bit of grass, and a barrier. The grass is usually about the width of a car. So just to make the point when you go onto the Nordschleife and come off this modern, fancy, soft Grand Prix circuit, I exaggerate, what do they give you? They give you a left-hander, hairpin, and there's a white line and a barrier.
Yeah.
So it's an absolute marker as a driver of, you go through there, don't mess it up, you can't get the tail out, you can't get a twitch, get on the power too soon, you can't understeer in, because you'll hit that barrier and you're out, and it's at the back of the pit, so the whole team can see you do it as well. So it's a very short walk of shame, but it's one where you probably walk around the whole way around the circuit to give yourself a few hours to get back. But I would say that first lap, Grand Prix circuit, yes, Nordschleife, take it easy, Dottingerhohe. Now there, you get some of the GT4 cars, because of the way the balance performance works on the aero, some of the GT4 cars can actually get drafts off GT3 cars and not be off the pace. It's the average over the laps, the issue. The GT3 car will then suddenly try and outbrake a GT3 car and a GT4 car, and see how that works out. I'm not a betting man, but I know where my money is. I'd even use my money, not yours, Johnny.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
That's how confident I am.
Indeed. You've pulled off a seamless link there, Snowy, because I was about to move on to a class that is very dear to your heart, I know. SP10 or GT4 in any other championship. And in the article I'm reading here, it's suggesting SP10 is becoming a masterclass for 2023. They're going to have 9 different cars entered into this season opener. Obviously, far more production-based GT4 compared to the top class, but its popularity is definitely growing for 2023.
Oh, definitely so, and it's this goes back to when Stefan Rattel, an SRO organisation, came up with the idea of GT3, really, didn't he? Sort of, what we're talking, 15, 20 years ago?
Yeah.
And it came about, and I remember that certainly the European Championship in 2006 was the inaugural one, so that's 17 years ago. And I remember thinking at the time it was a sort of, when we did FIA GT, we had GT1 and NGT 20 years ago. And then this GT3 came along, and it was to, you say, allow manufacturers to build a race version of their road car. It's always been the backbone of endurance racing and sports car racing is the amateur side, customer cars, reasons for manufacturers to make them. And look how that's grown as a business model in the last 15 years, let's say, that's 15 to 20 years, to where we've got now, to the point that GT3 is the world dominating class. Mm-hmm. That's the benchmark. But it's now, as you say, it's pulled through GT4. Well, you can have a lighter version of it now and get those cars in and get amateurs starting there to aspire to GT3 cars. Now, there is quite a big difference, you're right. I'm stunned now looking at GT4 cars now to when they first came out. The first cars, take the Atom for example, which was the N24. We see them out here. Sarah Rigby, I'm sure you're listening. Aston mentioned for you there straight away. But those early GT4, they were GT4 compliant, but it was, like all the other manufacturers, it was a road car where they basically took the carpets out, put a cage in, gave it some slicks, and called it a racing car. Now, no disrespect to Aston Martin, I don't mean that. That's how it started. Like all these things, you look at GT4 cars now, and they're not road cars turned into a racing car, they're purpose-built as race cars. Then you've got the GT3s they're just spaceships. I mean, we were commenting, weren't we, Johnny, on that helicam shot we saw of one of the BMWs on the M4. I think it was a Rover racing going through the trees.
Yes, it was.
And seeing it compared to the other cars like Caymans and even the Megans and stuff, how physically big its footprint is. It's a massive, massive car. And does it bear any resemblance to the road car? I'm not sure. In terms of physical size.
Yeah.
I'm sure the board at BMW and Mercedes and whatever are going to be writing to me now. I doubt they know who I am. I hope not. But no, my point is, I meant in terms of physical size. It's just a massive car. And you go and stand next to one in the pit box, we did at Nürburgring last year, and you just think, crikey, how did they get so big? But that's road cars as well, isn't it now?
Well, yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, the road car design then dictates how the shape of the race car, but they're not built side by side, far from it. And you've got the flared wheel arches, the monster rear wing, that large grille on particularly the Mercedes, the AMG as well. These are thoroughbred racing cars, but with a styling cue to their road-going counterpart.
You say that you're just focusing on that AMG GT3 car there. I was driving a Mercedes GT this week, and the road car, or GTR, and yes, it's got a smaller wing on the back, but the panel works pretty well the same. And when you sit in it, it has got this. It's like a football pitch in front of you with this bonnet. It's just a massive flat plane, and you get in it and you think, oh, it really is. It's a big piece of metal.
Yeah.
Sounds good as well.
I'm sure it does, yeah. The GT3 still has the 6.2 litre normally aspirated V8. It's a 4 litre in the SP10, and Hout Racing Team, who are a big name normally in GT3, they've got an AMG in SP10 GT4. Teichmann Racing and KCMG, as you mentioned, both with Toyotas, and they're taking part for the first time in SP10. FK Performance Motorsport with a 2-time NLS champion in Michael Schrei, celebrating his comeback to the Green Hell alongside Torsten Volter and Nick Woestenhagen, and they have a BMW M4. So, yes, we've got the 9 cars in SP10, but it's the caliber of teams and therefore drivers that are being attracted to that secondary GT competition. And we haven't yet mentioned, and by the way, SP10, the best qualifying car, 42nd overall, which was the Toyota Supra from KCMG for Edoardo Liberati and Martin Rump, the Estonian driver. Haven't mentioned classes like Cup 2, which will be right up there. That is exclusively for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup division. SP7 does still exist, but was sort of phased out a few years ago in favour of Cup 2 911s. But SP7 has at least one car with the entry from that slightly older category. Cup 3 is for the Porsche 718 Caymans. And again, they are mixing it with Cup 2s in terms of lap time. We are, by the way, on to the green flag lap now, but this is not the work of a moment because it is such a long circuit, 25 kilometres or so, and therefore it takes the best part of 20 minutes. If you've never watched a VLN, an NLS race or a Nürburgring 24 hours and know how this rolling lap takes place, well, we start at midday local, pretty much on the dot, but it's about 18, 19 minutes to get them all around on their rolling lap, Snowy.
Well, it's funny you say that. I was at Donington in the UK this week, just a couple of days ago, for GT Cup Media Day. And one of the conversations that came up just a few years ago, how you can be involved in something yet miss some of the obvious. I do it all the time, which is why you're here, to keep me on the straight and narrow and make me look remotely average. But there was a team owner, something was mentioned about the Nürburgring, as I'm talking about this weekend, NLS, we're flying out to all this, etc. He said, Nürburgring, yes. And I happened to say something about 170 corners, and he just stopped and went, what? And he didn't realise we ran on the Nordschleife. To him, that was something that was Niki Lauda era Grand Prix and whatever. And he said, what, they still use that? And I went, oh, yeah, absolutely, and do the 24, and this revelation, this light bulb over this, and he went, obviously I know where the Nürburgring is, and he thinks that he associated it with Grand Prix. And he said, it's 170 corners. And I was like, yes.
Oh,
and
yes.
It's an 8-minute lap. And he just went, and he answered this very question, obviously from a procedural point of view, being a team owner. He said, well, how many cars start? And I said, well, 120-ish to over 200 for the 24. And he was just like, but how do you start? And I said, it's 3 batches, and how do they all miss one another? And you could see the wheels processing of, and he just, but that was the best bit. He didn't know anything about it in terms of this. Then suddenly went, I think we need to do this. And I thought, now that's a proper team owner. That's
sold.
That's a sold. There we go. Yes. Checks in the post. Our commission's in the post, Johnny. I was just like, you've got to come and do this. You've got to see what it's about. It was just, but it was so fascinating. Didn't really realise they did this still. How's this passed me by? To, I think we need to explore this. You do. I'm in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm encouraged, I suppose, in that there is still very much a market to be tapped into. Even team owners of race teams don't quite know that this event takes place, or that there is a championship based at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But then we've been trying to push this for a number of years, but it just shows, doesn't it, that there's always going to be some people who are brand new to it, and its unique format as well. I mean, there can't be many other races around the world that start with 3 individual grids, spaced 2 minutes apart, and a formation lap that takes this length of time as well.
And once you've done it, you won't want to go back.
No.
I mean, obviously there's a process to go through. You've got to get your ring permit now these days, and I think that's around about 20,000 euros to do that, realistically. But that's part of a safety thing, which probably a neat way of coming into that, Johnny. That this number of cars, normally we have sort of races all around the world in Europe, where it's difficult to manage people, safety cars, virtual safety cars, pit entrances, exits, etc., etc. How do we cope with it over so many cars over such a long period of time? But the speed differential is the big issue. I've commented on a few seconds between the top 20 here today, which is not normal. It's that speed differential. And why is it so safe? Because it's so well controlled. The authorities run it. You can't tip up. It doesn't matter what license you have. You could be racing in, we've said it, in Le Mans, Formula One, whatever. You can't just come and have a go at the Nürburgring. Oh, I fancy that. Go and do it. You've got to go through their process. And if you don't make the grade, and that, by the way, means starting it in a lower category car.
Yes.
And completing a number of events and hours on the circuit in a race before they'll consider letting you out. So, you can be a Formula One world champion or a Le Mans winner, and say, "Oh, I quite fancy doing the Nürburgring." Okay, well, here's the process. It doesn't matter what you've done.
No.
There's the process, and there's a reason for that, and quite rightly so. And it does work. I'm always stunned by these races, not just at the level of skill of the drivers and the teams and the strategy over this theatre of 25 kilometres. The Green Hell, as Jackie Stewart, a 3-time world champion, named it, and it's a name that stuck. But equally impressed by the way the authorities control it and govern it and make it so safe, because everybody just understands it. It all works because of that template, and it's all credit to them.
It's become a fine art through the years, policing a race like this, and they rely a lot on marshals, the traditional way of marshalling a race with flags, but radios too. But often during a Nürburgring 24 hours, when the weather starts to get a bit sketchy, misty here and there, the fog can descend in the Eifel Valley as well. It is then down to the race officials as to how you continue to run the race safely. And certainly the 24 hours overnight, no stranger to the odd red flag. We're looking to try and avoid that today, though, for round 1 of the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, the 68th edition of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt, and traditionally each of the individual NLS races run by a different organising body, so they all have their own separate titles. I don't know which one we've dropped, because bear in mind we've gone from 9 races to 8 now, so that suggests that one body no longer gets a race unless it switches from year to year. We kind of alternate through from one year to the next. But
perhaps they pull it out of a hat in January.
Yeah, maybe it's all done on lots.
Yes.
And
which weekend we're going to have the snow? We'll pull that one out as well.
Very much a short straw. Sorry, your race isn't going to happen at all this year. You'll have to wait for another 12 months. So the second batch of cars just heading towards the end of the Grand Prix lap. Well, this might even be the third batch already. But the formation lap continues. I will run you through the grid as we head towards the end of the formation lap for the GT3s, by the way, just to remind you as to who went so well in qualifying earlier on. But there are other categories as well.
Ein Traum vieler Rennfans, der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird.
Marshals there,
Mit dem neuen
150
Gran
new marshals
Turismo
trained for
aber
this
ein
NLS
ganzes
season
Stück realistischer.
2023.
Mit
There
der
weren't
neuesten Auflage des
enough in the first case, but of course it's such a long circuit, and these days you do have to have that number of, and it's all credit to them. All volunteers, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But why wouldn't you want to go and stand out in the forest and watch racing cars?
What's not to like? And
I'm taking my headset off, I'm away, I'm gone. You're on your own, Johnny.
well, certainly in the carousel, I mean, I've done that a few times, standing on the inside of that famous U-bend, where there's a mixture of concrete and asphalt You can hear the cars coming for several minutes through the forest, and that just heightens the anticipation and the excitement, and then all of a sudden they burst into sight. And to be honest, after a few seconds, they've all gone again. But once more, you can hear them disappearing up the hill, over Hohe Acht, the highest point of the circuit, and then on towards Wipperman, Brunchen and Flansgarten. And there are there are really famous areas where you can spectate, and are places where the campsites set up very, very early, particularly during the 24-hour weekend.
Yeah, I don't know, one of the best bits there. That's always a bit of a crowd trap or magnet, isn't it, down there? And that's the other thing that we haven't mentioned, because we're so used to it, Johnny. Elevation change.
Yes.
It's not flat. Somewhere like Silverstone Grand Prix circuit and the Monzas of the world, they're just flat. Nothing wrong with that, but it's just flat. Whereas here we've got, not only have you got 25 kilometers for a lap and 170 corners, we've got massive elevation changes and dips down through the foxhole itself is quite extraordinary. And I always think that I mentioned a few moments ago about the beginning of the Nordschleife, that bit where you go onto it, you then very quickly go down through the Hatzenbach, and it really is a roller coaster. It's not just a phrase. It really is. Switch left, right, left, and you pick it. And it's so easy just to get slightly out of shape, run over a curve.
Faltenreifen. World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Coblor.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter
und TikTok.
Willkommen zu NLS.
Formation lap continuing, and we're at the end of it now for the GT3s then.
18 minutes allowed for the formation lap, by the way.
18 minutes, thank you. So 4 minutes to midday now. Nice collection of fans later on in the lap, as mentioned, at Brunchen and Flansgarten. And Flansgarten is often somewhere that you might make the odd error, particularly on that first lap, although tyres should really be up to temperature by that point. We'll be many kilometres into the lap, but the first run around the Grand Prix circuit and onto the Hats and back will be a little bit hairy, just as the tyres creep up to their operating window. Remember, lots of different tyre manufacturers utilised in this championship as well. There's no rule as yet that a controlled tyre has to be used across GT3. So the Falcon Porsche, unsurprisingly, run on Falcons. Generally speaking, the BMWs, well, Valkenhorst have favoured Yokohamas in recent years. Porsches mainly will be on Michelins, and the same goes for the Audis, generally speaking, as well. It's a beautiful day at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and as the cars continue to weave down the Dottinger Ruhr, the various factory units to the left-hand side where a number of the teams are based. That's the Aston Martin building right in the middle of shot there. So, as mentioned, because of the importance of racing here and the development that the Nürburgring Nordschleife offers to cars, that's why teams have actually set up permanent residence here, just down the road, Snowy.
Indeed, just out on that, just before we get to the start of our first group here, we actually lost one car already, the Maybury start. That's the 105 from the very popular Porsche 911 GT3 Cup 2 class, sorry. So 911 GT3 Cup, and that is the ADAC sanction entry. Appears to have stopped out on circuit. Johnny, we're about to start our first race of 2023. Can scarcely believe it. It seems like an age ago since we were last doing this, but as they come out through Dottinger Ruhr up into the Tiergarten, weaving that lovely long shot we always get, we can see out the window, but there's always that lovely camera shot as well of the cars just weaving. I just think that's it. It's every race this happens. I can't wait for this bit. It's fabulous. How many horsepower is going to be unleashed in a minute in those cars?
Oh, well, you can work that out. But
well, no, I can't, because nobody declares.
Well, good point, yes.
How much power has it got? It's sufficient.
There you go. Get you some starting drivers in a moment or two as well. It will be the first run probably across the line and certainly through the first split before they are identified. Valkenhorst Motorsport taking the first pole position of the season in their all-black number 34 car. Kuba Gamaziak doing the time he shares with Spaniard Andy Soucek. They did an 8:36.719. Starting alongside the BMW, the first of the Audis from Phoenix, from Scherer Sport, and backed by Phoenix, Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler in car number 5, their R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2. Then the first of the Rover Racing BMWs for Maxime Martin and Dries van Tor, starting alongside the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes AMG for Marcel Markovits and Marek Bokman. The pace car peels off into the pit lane, and now the pace of the race is governed by the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Still the red lights on for the moment, and now they turn to green. It is a good getaway for the 34 BMW. One car swinging from the right hand side to the left. That's a blistering getaway for the second of the Rover Racing BMWs, I reckon. So that started in 7th position around the outside. Could very nearly have bagged 2nd position. There's actually contact with the race leader. It is 3 BMWs to the head of the order, and from the second row, I reckon that is the 98 BMW to the lead of the race. 3 abreast for 2nd position as the second Rover car nibbles on the rear of the Valkenhorst machine. but the Audi, the blue and white Audi R8, scampers away from the Mercedes arena just about in second position. I don't think I've mixed up my Rover Racing BMWs there. From 7th position to now lead the race. We talked about how important it was to start your overtaking early, Peter Snowden. Well, that's 6 places gained already.
Well, absolutely, Johnny, you haven't called it wrong. That's exactly what's happened. That Rover Racing, you say, shot from the right-hand side of the circuit by the pit wall all the way around to the left, got into the, would have taken the lead had it not made a very slight contact with the Valkenhorst entry that was on the exit of turn 1. Couldn't quite get that carry through. That allowed the other BMW of Valkenhorst to get through into the lead there. The loser there actually was the Audi on the front row, dropped down to about 5th or 6th. Certainly as they got through to the Mercedes arena, but a little bit of contact there, but they're out onto the Nordschleife now. But it was a fantastic start. I did say that it wasn't going to be indicative, didn't I? But I didn't quite obviously listen to this. We kid ourselves.
Dries Vanthoor, I reckon that was, in the number 98 BMW, who now leads the race to get ahead of Andy Soucek, who started the all-black Valkenhorst car, and in the 99, Maxime Martin. So Vanthoor and Martin are labelled in both of the white and yellow and black Rover Racing BMWs. The second group just heading now through the final Tiergarten section, that ever-tightening chicane, then brings them back onto the main start-finish straight. 468 Mini working its way through as well, but at the sharp end of this second group, it's the Porsche 718 Caymans, so from the Cup 3 division, and the highest qualifying car in Cup 3 was in 28th place overall. 960 car from Avia W&S Motorsport. That certainly looks like an Avia liveried machine. So put to the front of Group 2, and across the line will go the 960, getting a much better getaway than everybody else. But it's 4 and sometimes 5 abreast underneath the M-Power bridge. And we haven't had any heroics similar to the GT3 start. But again, that natural pinch point down at turn number 1 needs to be approached very gingerly indeed. And the fight is on once again for second position in amongst the Caymans as the 960 Avia car starts to break free, Snowy.
Yeah, indeed, and 9:30 there. That's unlucky. Look at the inside there. Almost getting a bit of contact on that first sort of right-hander part as they go down towards the cutback through for the GP circuit. I think they got away with it. Little bit of a love tap and 2 cars twitching, but they got away with it. It's allowed that lead Porsche to break away, and already got a 3-4 car length gap already. Danger all those sort of contact very early on. You can just crease a panel, push it onto a tyre, and then that's an issue. And it can happen. It's close water racing, and it's all very well saying attack on that first lap, but it's non-contact sport. It's that fine line.
So it's Moritz Oberheim, the 26-year-old silver-rated German driver who has begun in the 960 Avia car, and he got very much the jump on the rest of them. In second position of Group 2, Patrick Grüter, the Swiss driver who is into a 4th consecutive season of NLS racing. Meanwhile, here comes Gruppe 3 heading into the Tiergarten as well. This contains, amongst others, the little Dacia Logan in the blue and white, the booted Dacia. All sorts of, well, mainly BMWs at the sharp end. There is the odd Cayman in there as well. And they get things underway now, heading onto the main start-finish straight. Red lights had returned to the starting gantry, but they quickly turned to green. Meanwhile, in GT3, the Audi there absolutely swamped by, I think, the Schnitzelar Mercedes. So the Audi was a little bit slow coming out of one of the corners. I think it was right underneath the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Couldn't get the drive from the BMW, the front engine car, and the mid-engine Audi struggling, and was overtaken to its left-hand side by the Dayglow yellow and black Mercedes AMG of Schnitzelar. But Rover Racing BMWs, from the look of the scrap that involves now the Valkenhorst car, have really romped away and are already exiting the carousel, whilst the 4th place battle just hits the concrete. So quite a gap when we consider we're only halfway around the first lap.
Yeah, a bit more than that. They're just sort of coming out of the carousel and the climb up to Hohe, which is, exactly it says, the highest part of the circuit. Then we've got that fast run down through Wifferman, down through Brunchen, Pflanzgarten, and again it gets really quick, that climb down again, as it were, through to Schwalbenschwanz, double left-hander, and then they do that sweeping right onto the Dottinger Höhe. As you said, John, that was a great opportunity on that first lap. The Grand Prix circuit to get some, gain some traction, free time, but the Dottinger Höhe, you get a run down there. Now these two lead cars, they've just run away with it so far.
Really
now, it's a 4-hour race, I grant you, but we don't normally see this at the start of a race. They're very, very equally matched. So those first two cars, they're going to be totally unchallenged down the Dottinger Höhe. So they've just got a free run at the moment, which is unheard of.
Yeah, it was.
I think there's a huge change of order in that top 10, 15, to be honest, John.
Yeah, well, Marek Bachmann was definitely making strides, and let's just remind me of exactly what happened in the fight for what was 4th place at the time. The Audi's gone for a move, and there was some maybe contact, but also the Audi R8 got a couple of wheels on the grass and had to then get out of the throttle, and here comes the Schnitzelarm car of Marek Bachmann, who makes short work there of the Audi that's been started by Frank Stippler.
Opportunistic, but that's the name of racing. You know, obviously, I think as you say, Stippler there was just Frank Stippler's not a man to be fazed by anything, but contact on the first lap, and I'm not suggesting for a minute that the Valkenhorst BMW cut across him, but it was a bit tighter than perhaps he anticipated. As you say, ending up 2 wheels on the grass. He's obviously backed out of it then and just thought, just a second, and the Schnitzelarm's just gone, well, thank you very much, I'll have that.
Yeah,
but you're going to lose 5k straight line speed. But you see, Frank Stippler started this car?
Yes.
Yeah, Stippler's back in touch with that Schnitzelarm Mercedes now and doing the same thing, getting a run for it. Looks a lot quicker in a straight line there. He's got a drag there. The BMW, this is the famous Dottinger Höhe drafting that you get. This is where you really need to work your time. So Stippler gets past the AMG, pulls up behind the Valkenhorst BMW, pulls around the outside of that. The Mercedes now gets another run on the BMW, not quite using a bit of the curve there, coming to Tiergarten. So the Audi it is that's taken the position from the Valkenhorst car that was the pole-sitting BMW, the very easily recognisable all-black stealth BMW.
Porsche switching positions as well. I reckon that was Thomas Preining making advances in the Manthey EMA 911 to overtake the Ericsson-driven Falcon Motorsports car. So the Falcon car is number 3 and has at the wheel Joel Eriksson, who shares with Sven Muller. But first lap completed, and it was Dries Vanthoor with that unbelievable start, beginning in 7th. Remember, he moved from the right-hand side of the grid to the left-hand side of the grid, did about 4 cars on the brakes around the outside, and were it not for the 34 car immediately in front of him, Andy Soucek, he would have had the lead, as you'd mentioned, at the Mercedes Arena. There was contact of the nose of the 98 to the rear of the 34, but that actually allowed Maxime Martin to get involved in the scrap as well. And Maxime Martin across the line in 3rd position. The one I haven't mentioned actually is Ricardo Feller in the other Scherer Sport Audi R8, number 16, that sits between the two Rover Racing BMWs. So amazing start for Belgian racer Dries Vanthoor, but Maxime Martin wasn't quite able to, well, from from the 3rd place, 3rd row, not able to make it a Rover 1-2 because of that Scherer Sport Audi. And clearly that's still showing a bit of speed. Really good dicing between the two Porsche 911s. It's the green and black car ahead of the Grello machine. So that is a Hanchin Guven for Dynamic GT ahead of the Manthey offering of Thomas Preining. And then behind them, the 33 car of Marshall, which is 33, is another Audi R8, this time from Car Collection. Working its way through the gears, Preining, having had to concede that place late on the first lap to the all-green and black Dynamic GT car of Guven, running in car number 18. And they've got then Neil Verhagen in the BMW Junior Team, M4, just ahead with the giant shell on the roof of that car.
which is slightly surprised me to see that out, because I thought the junior team had been not disbanded, but they were not doing NLS and etc. as of end of 2022.
Okay.
And they were going to move on to different things. So I've not kept up to date on that one. I wasn't expecting to see the BMW junior team out, let alone those three that have been together for three seasons now.
It probably is. I mean, it surprises me it's been that
Since
long.
we were like
but
16 or 17 or something.
Yeah, agreed.
And I'm not joking. It's scary, isn't it?
Well, they're still pretty young kids now, but after 3 or so seasons, it might be to get some experience ahead of the 24, because I'm sure they're entered into that, and without it necessarily being a full season entry, maybe just the odd appearance in NLS up to the 24 hours, and then they'll move off into other things. Here come the Caymans, and I mentioned the 960 car getting a really good getaway, and it is Oberheim who heads across the line, the Avia WNS Motorsport 718 Cayman, with in second position Patrick Gruter, and in third place it's the Stahlschmidt driven Schmierlis Racing 718. But you got 5 Caymans all occupying the start-finish straight together there, running from 29th overall down to 33rd. Gaps between the top two in GT3, barely a second after the first lap being completed. The other interesting thing will be how far into this first stint the key players get, because with the formation lap included, they won't be able to get much further than about 7 laps on this opening stint. We have seen cars pit after as few as 5 or 6, and weaving that into their strategy. The benefit of that is that, remember, pit stops are not done here as quickly as possible. There is a reference time that dictates how quickly the pit stop can take place, but that's a sliding scale depending on how many laps you've just completed. So if you come in after a 5-lap stint, you can have a much quicker pit stop rather than maybe a 7-lap stint or an 8-lap stint later on in the race. 8 laps means a much longer pit stop. So there are advantages to pit earlier after 5 or 6 laps, because you can get the car out more quickly into the race. I tell you, Ricardo Feller is taking a fight here to
just going to say exactly what I was just watching in the background, Johnny. Ricardo Feller in the Shearer Sport Audi R8, which started P5, is now you say absolutely taking the fight to that fast-starting 98 BMW, just exiting the carousel. So interesting to see how the two cars, the dynamics of the two cars, are different through this next section of Wifferman and down the hills. Initially they climb, as you say, to Hoat, just to the highest part of the circuit after the carousel. Then they start that long downhill fast bit, ending up in, culminating in Galgenkopf, that big fast right-hander with absolutely no run-up on the left-hand side. So they always say slow in, fast out. It's all about exit speed. Galgenkopf, we just want to have exit speed and keep the track.
Yeah.
If ever track limits are going to apply, that's probably quite a good place for it to apply. Keep it in there, keep it on the black stuff, not on the green bits. But the Audi just, I predict to say faded away a little bit now, but that run up to the carousel was very much in touch. Now 3-4 car lengths. It is early days yet.
That's the beauty of balancing very different machinery, though. The big BMW with the engine in the nose of that car versus the Audi, which is a shorter wheelbase, slightly more low slung, and the power unit, the 5.2 litre V10 in the R8, sitting right behind the driving position. So the balance of these cars entirely different, but they have made the performance of them equivalent, have the organising bodies, to make sure that we have a fair fight across a track that offers virtually every corner known to man.
Well, that's it, and you make a very fair point there about them being low slung in terms of the R8. I was actually looking at the one on that media there, a GT3 version, and when you see it there in the garage, not on its jacks, with the door off, and you look at it and you physically look down, you think, it is effectively a big cart. It is that close to the ground in terms of where the driver sits in there, so central gravity.
Yep.
It was significantly different to other cars. You do see it sit right down on a tray with a steering wheel up here somewhere.
Now, we know the Audi is strong down the Dottinger Hoor. Frank Schnippler proved that a lap ago in the number 5 car. This is the 16 that is getting really close to the 98 BMW. And I don't think Vantor can do much about it. He'll move the BMW over to the left-hand side and just wave at the Audi as it disappears around the outside and away into the distance. But this time, of course, onto the main start-finish straight as they're both catching the Dacia. Which side of that are they going to go? Well, the Logan is indicating to the left, so they went to the right.
But again, that's been how logical, how pragmatic and sensible that of the Dacia. The closing speed there's probably 60, 70k, something of that order. They happen to be the race leaders, but the Dacia doesn't want his race spoiled either. So
no, certainly
I
not.
would indicate left to stay out of the way and let you fast boys go through.
That was Oliver Creaser in the Dacia, returning to the NLS Championship. Last year doing 3 races around the Nordschleife in that particular car. I think he did the 24 hours as well. Yes, he did, in the 118 Logan. In time then, nose to tail between the 16 and the 98 cars.
Their fastest lap just been set by Frank Schnippler in the number 5 Shearer Sport, supported by Phoenix R8 with a 7:57.2.
Yeah, which is hustling, and we shouldn't discount Schnippler despite the fact that he's had a difficult start to this race, and because of, I won't say necessarily being caught up by some of the other cars, but because he wasn't able to work his way through the traffic. Remember, there was that half-hearted effort to get by Andy Soucek, and then he had to, because he was forced towards the grass, had to get out of the throttle. That ended up with him losing a position to Marek Bachmann. Well, Schnippler's now back in front of the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes, and he's managed to find a way by the Volkenhorst BMW. Back up to 4th position will go Schnippler, but the problem is he's lost a considerable amount of ground now to the lead fight. The benefit for Schnippler is that it's his teammate that now leads the race in the other Scherer Sport Phoenix Audi R8. But the gap from car 16 leading to car 5 in 4th is nearly 5 seconds now. And that's going to take some whittling down over the remaining 5 laps of this particular stint. Good dice though now developing between Soucek in the 34 BMW, the Schnitzelarm Mercedes of Marek Bachmann, and Neil Verhagen, who is hanging on to the coattails of the AMG. All 3 cars now will dart to the right of a Mercedes GT4 car in the SP10 category. And in the background, I noticed that the Dynamic GT Porsche and the Manthey car are now separated by another Audi, this time from Audi Sport Team Car Collection. So the 33 car has found its way by the Grello liveried Manthey machine of Thomas Preining, number 911. Ricardo Feller leading in the 3rd sector of this 2nd lap. And the Audi now starting to come into its own. Having said that Rover was starting to dominate the race, they all of a sudden find themselves in 2nd and 3rd positions, with some work to do to get back ahead of Ricardo Feller, the Swiss driver. This good dice though for 5th, 6th and 7th, Snowy, not yet being separated too much. So the BMW and the Mercedes look to be on a relatively even keel. Certainly the Valkenhorst BMW anyway cannot shake this Schnitzelarm Mercedes of Marek Bachmann.
Yeah, he's had a mighty couple of laps, hasn't he, there? But so we've then got the, is that the junior team car behind?
Yes, it is.
It is, isn't it, with Neil Verhagen at the wheel of that. That's the 44 number entry with the big Shell logo on the roof. Always easy to spot on our Rover Helicam shot. So we've always said, haven't we, that no matter how much BMW do well in qualifying, it's nearly always Audi are up there at the front, one way or the other, thus proving at the moment. Ricardo Feller currently leading in his R8. It's BMWs from Rover Racing in 2nd and 3rd, 98 and 99. Then it's BMW, sorry, then it's Audi again. It's Frank Schnippler, just mentioned, Valkenhorst, and then then Mercedes get in there. Porsche not featuring a top 10, 8th at the moment.
No.
Dynamic car. And our Ferrari 296, which is the WTM entry by Ronaldo Racing, that's up to 14th.
But at the moment, the new season is kind of continuing where the end of 22 left off, because the final race of last year was a 1-2 finish for Scherer Sport Team Phoenix, and a sort of similar lineup for those two cars. Frank Stipper and Vincent Kolb were sharing on that occasion. Kuba Gamasiak was piloting actually Audi on that occasion. As we said, he's moved now to BMW in the 34 car. That was Marek Bokman's opportunity to get up alongside the 34, and he slithers through and into 4th position.
With Neil Verhagen in the junior car just behind now eyeing up and a similar opportunity. They're coming up to the carousel short, am I correct?
It's the right-hander before that, isn't
carousel,
it?
Yeah.
So not 4th, beg your pardon, it's 5th place now for Bokman, who's just got ahead of the new 6th place car, Andy Soucek. And yes, the further two M4s, remember we've got Rover Racing M4s 2nd and 3rd, but the next two now nose to tail for 6th and 7th places.
Bokman squeezed there a little bit. Why is it a Golf?
Yes.
Just in front of it there. I think we might have our first code 60 coming up. We've certainly got yellow flags just after. I'm sure they're going to a code 60. Yes, we've got an incident car on the side of the track.
That's a race car, isn't it?
No, I think it's an incident vehicle.
Okay.
The lights on the roof. So no, not a code 60, but a yellow flag. So they all dutifully behave that as per their ring permit instructions.
But they were able eventually to get by that car with yellow flags being waved, and able to get by then. And that's the difficulty when you are catching a car from, let's say, Group 3 or Group 2, which is significantly slower, and the closing speeds become amplified when you head into the caution area. Still trying to identify which car that was stopped at the side of the circuit, and exactly why it was there.
Why did you find that? What that has done, though, Johnny, is it's allowed Neil Verhagen in the BMW Junior Team M4 to catch up, which has also now put Guven in the dynamic GT entry 911 GT3 in touch, which has also brought in Marshall and Preining in the Audi Sport R8 and the Manthey Grello Porsche. This is 9th and 10th. All now closing up in there, so we're suddenly going to get literally the top 10 getting ever closer. Exactly what we said just pre-show, wasn't it? It was just where the flags fall. That wasn't even a code 60. It was just a yellow flag for that car that was parked there. Did you manage to identify what car it was?
I think it's 488.
It is a.
But it's definitely got race numbers on it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just now need to check the entry list to fully identify 488. We've got paper versions and we've also got electronic versions. So let's do a quick search for car 488 to tell you who that is. It's one of the VT2 front-wheel drive cars, and it's the little BMW 128 Ti, I reckon.
Yep. SRS Team Sean Rensburg entry. Frank Bird, Andreas Anderson.
Well, it certainly had a BMW grille with the two nostrils, and yeah, that car sadly...
That's quite an identifier. I'm sure BMW brand people would be pleased to know that. The kidney grille.
The kidney grille. There you go. Much better. Different shape from the ones that we find on the front of the M4, but very distinctively BMW, and carried now in the GT on the GTP car that will be racing in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship today.
Right. It is. It's a code. It's now become a code 60. That was the entry to Hoa Act, and I can confirm it is exactly that car 488. You're absolutely right, Johnny. As ever. Not that I doubted you. Never do.
You said it was an intervention vehicle. I couldn't
I
see
did.
that. I couldn't see a light bar anywhere near it.
I think it's got. In my defence, I think it's got a yellow rear spoiler. And
it
red
has.
flash going by. Thank you.
That's thought they were flashing lights.
Well, it's me age. It's me age.
From the Rover Racing Copter Cam, that was an easy mistake to make. I'll let you off just this once.
Now, Dynamic just got ahead of Neil Verhagen there, if I'm not why. Don't deceive me. We are questioning my eyes at the moment. The 35 entry. BMW was into the pits with some issue on the left rear of that.
Yeah, this is a much earlier stop than we would have been expecting. And they are struggling to get the rear left off.
So the Valkenhorst car that started P8.
So not the 34, but the
35, the sister car.
Yes.
And it's either looking at something. No, the left rear is off. The right in there, there's some kind of drive shaft or suspension, some issue deep down inside. It's not brake or tyre, so it's going onto its jack. It's going to go into the garage to be rectified. So cruel luck for the Valkenhorst sister engine, the car that say started P8 and didn't have the best qualifying just because of the conditions at the time, as opposed to its teammate on P1. So yet again, the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, it's give it and it taketh. It's usual thing. We're not even an hour in, are we? Not even half an hour in.
And that had been running just inside the top 10, 9, 10, no, 11th. I had it in at the end of laps 1 and 2.
Yeah, Jake Dennis took the wheel of that, Johnny.
Yeah, so I'm not sure whether Jake had done the qualifying, but he certainly took the opening stint. And that's an all-pro lineup, similar to the 34 car. So a real shame for those guys to be pitting this early. Let's hope the car can be turned around as quickly as possible. It takes quite a while to lose a full lap around here, but losing a lap is not the same definition as, let's say, a 3 or 4 kilometre circuit. You can lose a quarter of a lap and be well and truly out of the running here at the Nordschleife, such is the uniqueness of the event. The 30 Ferrari 296 is my first chance to see the Fricadelli car in
first
action.
sighting of that, that's dropped right down the order. It's running in the 30s. It qualified, I think, 20-21%, something of that order. It's currently, it's had not the best start. It is 33rd at the moment, with Klaus Abelin at the wheel of that, getting used to it.
Yeah, so hasn't yet broken into the top 20. I'm trying to keep tabs of where everybody sits in that first 20 cars.
A long way off at the moment.
But they are entered as is it a Pro-Am car, that, Fricadelli?
It is,
yeah,
yes.
Okay. So their priorities will be winning their separate class in GT3. So SB9 split into Pro-Am and Am. The cars all built to the same regulations, but you can change which drivers are labelled against those cars. So,
ironically, running just 1.8 of a second ahead of its sister Fricadelli Racing Porsche 911 GT3 car.
Okay.
Just to confuse us commentators completely, 2 Fricadelli cars running minus turn, one's a Ferrari, one's a Porsche. Fricadelli don't do Ferraris.
They don't, but
they know that they do now.
I had seen the Fricadelli Porsche on the grid, and I thought, oh, that's much easier now to remember. But that's a Cup 2 car rather than being entered into GT3 out and out. It's a car with GT3 in the title, 911 GT3 Cup, and that is actually in 10th position in Cup 2.
The work continues on that number 35 Valkenhorst car, and the rear under trays off it. It's looking where it looks like a gearbox issue where they're working on that car at the moment. The technicians now on there, still called mechanics, working away feverishly underneath that 35 entry, quite literally spannering away. So left, right, working away with the spanners there. Good bit of work out for the mechanic there. And it appears to be sort of gearbox level position of the car, or prop shop, something of that order, I would suggest.
It's not going to be an issue quickly sorted out, this, and it could very easily spell the end of the race, in fact, for the 35 BMW. That's the benefit, I suppose, of entering a couple of cars, in that you've still got one in the race. The battle for the lead, though, is really spicing up nicely. Frank Stippler, we described him being on a charge in the second of the Scherer Sport Phoenix Audi R8s. He's now right with Dries Vanthoor and Ricardo Feller. The 3 cars out front have been bunched up because of the latest batch of traffic they found on that really quick section up towards, well, through Kesselchen and Klostertal, and then the right-hander that leads to the Caracciola Carousel.
Just off, they've got that yellow flag, that code 6 for that 488 car, haven't they?
Yes.
On the left-hand side there, just on the entrance of that.
And so much so that Maxime Martin has been able to close in upon Frank Stippler now as well. So Ricardo Feller about 15 car lengths in front from the second place fight between Dries Vanthoor, Frank Stippler and Maxime Martin, and they are fully together as one of the BMWs in a Dayglow colours runs off the road briefly. Oh, and the gap that Maxime Martin was going to pounce through just disappears.
And that's the difference, just where you don't need, look at that, that's suddenly gone from 2 car lengths to 10. To the traffic, one went one way, one went the other, there's a gap, he went for the middle, that gap closed as well, and nobody's done anything wrong there. It's just the way, I would say, where the cars fall, it's where the cars fall, unfortunately, and that's racing, and it just so happens.
But if you are going to thread the eye of the needle that Maxime Martin thought about, you've got to be so confident that the slower cars in front of you have seen your BMW, they know your intentions, and just as he was about to apply the throttle, that BMW in the bright yellow colours steered not across his line, but just went for the apex, because the BMW's got to work its way through that corner as well. Again, the second place fight about to go to the right hand side of some slower traffic, and at the very last minute diving to the left. Maxime Martin able to get by that car a little more readily than Vanthoor and Stippler. So the elastic band is expanding and contracting virtually at every corner. Which side of these slower runners is Ricardo Feller going to go? And now 2 cars seem to work their way through the air so much better than just the 1 car. Here comes Frank Stippler. He could very easily be leading the race by the end of this run down the Dottinger Hohe.
Absolute classic use of the back marker there. Stippler's got alongside the Rover BMW, tried to block it in behind its similar Audi in front. He is going to get this run. It's going to be really tight. He may not do. The BMW may just outrun him. I think he might well get it back off that kink into Tiergarten. It's going to be who's got the biggest brakes and other equipment, and it's the Audi on this occasion. Frank Stippler used every bit of skill there. I thought he got that done a little bit sooner through that kink. So the 2 Audis, and so you've got the 2 Audis line of turn now, and the 2 Rover BMWs.
The problem there for
Vanthoor. We have got 3.5 hours to go, by the way.
Indeed, but plenty more of this, and we'll be very happy customers indeed. 2 Audis, 2 Rover BMWs. The reason why Vanthoor had to get out of the throttle there was because his route into Tiergarten was essentially blocked by a slower BMW. The Audi had the more favourable line and wasn't going to be asked twice, because Frank Stippler knows this place like the back of his hand. He had the better run out of the left-hander, and yeah, I mean, he's using all of his experience, not to say that Dries Vanthoor is inexperienced here.
Well, exactly. I mean, we get a bit complacent with these 4-hour races, but we're 30 minutes into this race already, which is a reasonable chunk of racing time. And we've got the first 4 cars, 2 Shearer Sport Audis, 2 Rover Racing BMWs, all line astern, 1.3 seconds covering the top 4 cars, half an hour in.
It was the left-hand kink part way down, or 2/3 of the way down the Dottinger Hohe, known as Antonius Bucher, which sort of decided that it's full throttle through there as you head underneath the bridge and stay well off the curb through the left-hand kink. And then you've got to slow the car down, but as late as you dare, into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein. The Rover BMWs go either side of a Cayman there. 98 and 99 almost come into contact with one another, heading over now the road bridge and into Sabine Schmidt's curve, onto the Hatzenbach for the 5th time. And once again, Ricardo Feller in the 16 Audi of Scherer Sport has made a break, leaving that dice behind for 2nd, 3rd and 4th to be as fraught as it ever has been.
Well, that's the one no-no, isn't it? Should have collected your teammate. It's never an easy conversation.
Indeed.
I've heard tell.
You've never done it. But
moving on.
The problem is, you know, when one car goes one side of a back marker, the other car goes to the left, and then they're going to meet at some point the other side as they both head for the apex together. It's tricky when you've decided to pick out different routes around back markers to also keep tabs on where your teammate is. Was that Stippler getting through and ahead of Feller? I think it is, because it's Stippler's car with the red door mirrors, with the giant 5 on the roof.
Red 5 on the Nigel Mansell red 5 on the roof.
That's the other big giveaway. I do like the fact that these Audis and the BMWs from Rover carry their race numbers on their roofs, though.
It's very NASCAR, it's very Cars film Pixar, isn't it?
Yeah, but
it's Mize on the front.
When we're treated to the Rover Racing live helicopter, it certainly helps me out. 4 cars, first, second, third and fourth, plunging their way down into the foxhole as they exit Arenberg. And a little further back, it is still just as close. This is the scrap that involves Ayanchin Guven in the Dynamic GT Porsche, Neil Verhagen in the BMW for junior team, and the Manthey car of Thomas Preining has now reaching out and now forced the fight for second, third and fourth positions. So it's a question of where to look next, really. I wonder whether Marek Bokman has just worked his way into some clearer air in the 5th placed Snitchelam Racing Mercedes, although I wouldn't be surprised to see the 33 of Dennis Marshall breaking free as well.
Maxime Martin in the second of the Rover Racing BMWs there, nearly into the back of Dries van Toor's sister car in front, where a back marker just, Dries van Toor just eased out of the throttle a bit, I'm going to say even blended, all of a sudden nearly had his teammate into the back of him. Meanwhile, that 911 numbered Porsche Manthey with EMA support is still with, is that Preining at the wheel of that, or Holt? I think it's Preining.
Still Preining, yeah.
Still Preining. Of course, that's on the back of the BMW Junior team, BMW driven by Neil Verhagen at the moment. Great onboard footage of it there. And we did have a little sight there of the Conrad Lamborghini as well, which is running a little bit further down the order, currently 19th. Hacklander at the wheel of that. Well, Dennis Olsen chasing that in the Butronic 911 Porsche right behind it.
Yeah, and Marco Mappelli won't be too far away either.
Code 60 at Bergwerk as well now. Johnny?
That's literally just come out.
Yep.
Yellow flags at Wipperman and at Hedvigshoor. So there's quite a large area, well, not large area, but various different marshal posts now.
I'm trying to find what car that's for, what that's for at the moment. So GPS going nuts now. I've got car 505 lapping at about warp speed. Not everything else on my GPS at the moment. So
okay.
I'm guessing that's an inaccuracy, an anomaly. I'm just guessing. If not, sign him.
Get him in the team.
Well, actually, under a code 60, not now. The two Rover BMWs just swapped places as they've cleared that code 60. Putting the 99 car ahead.
That was an unusual moment. Laurens van Toor rather caught asleep coming out of the code 60, and Maxime Martin pounced very swiftly.
Dries van Toor.
Dries van Toor, not Laurens van Toor. He was busy yesterday, beg your pardon, in the 1,000-mile race.
Again,
for Porsche.
Other names that we associate with Van Toors with either Porsche or Audi, not a BMW. It's
indeed.
Stop it. Stop doing this. It's confusing us. We've just got used to how this works. You've got to change it all.
So Van Toor, Martin now ahead of Van Toor, Stippler now ahead of Feller. So those two things have happened since the cars left the start-finish straight into another code 60. So there are at least 2 around the lap now. This is for the stricken BMW 128. There is now a flatbed on the scene. So
488.
Yes.
Yes.
But it's a BMW 128 though, isn't
My apologies, sorry.
I was talking about the model number rather than the race number. But yeah, 488 is the race number.
I'll get back under the desk.
No, you are right to leap in about the Van Toor brothers. I always get those two mixed up. But it's helpful to know that one's not even here this weekend in Germany. As
You'd think we'd get it right, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Which one should we choose? The one that's here? That'll be good. Has a sporting chance of being in a car.
Porsche back on the move. Now, which one was that ended up in pit lane?
Is that Dynamic?
No, it's one of the H&S
124
cars. Car 124. So that I don't think is.
That's Müller. I should know the colour. Sorry, that's why I'm getting confused.
But it's a Cup 2 car. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Cup 2. Yeah.
So H&R sponsorship, should say, not H&S. H&R sponsorship on the side of that Müller car. And Selewski rejoining the race.
Apologies to Monsold to me for not recognising the car quickly before I got told off.
Well done. And 5 and 16 then. Still first and second on, let's remind you, only lap 5 of the race. 0.4 of a second. Now, Are we going to see some pit stoppers at the end of this lap in the GT3 category? We certainly have seen that in the past after only 5 laps. Get your first pit stop out of the way, and it can be a nice quick one as well, because it's only a very short stint. And remember, the shorter the opening stint, the quicker your first pit stop can be. Schnitzelarm Racing and the Marek Bachmann driven Mercedes heading through the end of Sector 4 now and onto the Dottinger Hohe. So that must mean the 2 Audis are already on the long straight and gunning it towards the start-finish line, or towards Tiergarten first of all, and then that burst back onto the main start-finish straight. Here comes Frank Stippler with a back marker back. Ricardo Feller. Is it still Maxime Martin ahead of the 98 car of Dries van Toor? Yes, it is. And are we going to get anybody peeling off to the right-hand side to take an early pit stop? Yeah, one BMW will do so. So that is Dries van Toor in. Was that therefore a strategic move by Rover Racing to get the pit stopping car behind the one that will stay out? Or was it just a slight error coming out of the Code 60 by Van Toor, which allowed his teammate, his Belgian teammate Maxime Martin through? Regardless, this has obviously always been the plan for Rover Racing, to get one car in nice and early. Doesn't look like they're going to do a driver change though. They will apply new Michelin tyres, and as mentioned, because it's a short opening stint, they can send that car out much more quickly than the sister car.
There's no rush though, is there?
Well, no, because I suppose the pit stop is still dictated by time. It's just it will be quicker than those cars pitting after 7 and later on in the race, 8 laps. So it's not like a Formula 1 pit stop. It's rather sedate, but the time allows you to take the belt braces attitude. A chance to clean the screen as well. And 1 or 2 of the engineers peering into the cockpit of Dries van Toor to make sure that he is happy, to maybe check as well the various readouts that are presented to him on the dashboard. Ricardo Feller heading towards the end of the Grand Prix lap and over the bridge towards Hatzenbach. Marek Bachmann doing likewise in the Dayglow yellow and black Mercedes. If you're an AMG fan, you've really only got one car to cheer on at the moment. Yes, Raffaele Marciello is there in the Bilstein-backed car. And that is an SP9 car, as is the Hubert Haupt-driven number 6 machine. But I don't quite know what's up with 8 and 6. And Marciello is normally a guy who is right up there, but yet to break into the top 10. BMW pit stop continues on.
Both of them. We've got the 5th and 7th place cars in, Van Toor and Suchek, Rover and Valkenhorst pitting.
Yeah, so the car from pole position also decided to pit after only 5 laps.
You reckon so? A 7-lap run on these, can't we normally? You can see sometimes even we can run to an 8.
Well, they will run to 8 when we get into the meat of the race. You can't do an 8 as an opener because of the formation lap, and yes, that's done at a much slower speed compared to racing pace, but it still burns a fair bit of fuel. Bearing in mind it's 25 Ks. So Dries van Toor back into the race. As mentioned, no driver change. They can't have changed the driver because Maxime Martin's in the other BMW. I really don't know how they're going to do these drivers, unless, you know, it is one driver per car and they just won't switch the drivers.
Yeah, I noticed that on the entry list. I just thought, I'm just not going to confuse myself here, because they're both driving the same car, just one's driver 1, driver 2.
Well, they'd have to pit at the same
time.
Well,
identical, exactly.
And then just one run from one car to another. What would be the point of that exercise? So they must be solo driving these 4-hour races, unless there's a third driver hidden away somewhere that we don't know about.
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle.
Von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zu NLS.
You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's the first round of the season of the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series. Watching the 468 Bulldog Racing Mini. JCW coming in then for its first pit stop. These cars can go, I was going to say a bit further than the GT3s, but that's an earlier pit stop than I was expecting for the Mini. Bulldog Racing, though, look relatively happy with that. And it heads back out into the race. And Frank Stippler's crossed the line and has not pitted, nor has Ricardo Feller. So the top four cars all happy to continue on. Scherer Sport Audi number 5 from the 16 of Feller, then Maxime Martin in the BMW M4 for Rover Racing, number 99, and it's Marek Bockmann in the number 11 machine, which is the first of the Mercedes AMGs from Schnitzelarm Racing, running in 4th position. We did get one pit caller there though, and that was the 33 of Dennis Marshall peeling off. So car collection Audi R8 LMS down pit road. Dynamic Porsche staying out of Ahanchin Guven, but Neil Verhagen and Thomas Preining both coming in at the end of lap 6. So Verhagen in his BMW number 44, and Preining in the 911 Grello Porsche, the car that he shares with Marco Holzer, making a stop after 6 laps. What we will see, what we should see, is the benefit of pitting after only 5 laps for the number 34 BMW and the 98 BMW, because they were able to return to the racetrack more quickly than the 2 Audis and the remaining Rover Racing BMW will be able to do. So that will give them a slightly better position moving forward. Problem is, I suppose, towards the end of the race, the pendulum swings in the other direction, and the pit stop reference time is dictated by how much of the race is still to go, rather than the stint you've just done. And that happens about 70 minutes out, I seem to remember.
Yeah.
So the closer to the checkered flag you can pit, the quicker that pit stop can be.
I have a copy later on when we get to that point.
Oh, excellent.
Of the aggregator. Not alligator.
So your later aggregator.
Indeed. I was trying to do it today, so we're good act. Period this weekend only.
I don't know. Might get a few more opportunities through the rest of the season to call a few more NLS races. Are you in for the season? Well, that's still to be confirmed, isn't it? We'll wait and see. With
You're asking the wrong person.
With anticipation, yeah, we don't make those decisions. That's way above our pay grade.
I would say yes, please.
you definitely game for more. And we will be covering every single Nürburgring Langstrecke Series race here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Meanwhile, car number 3 from Falcon. So not Martin Ragginger.
So trying to see where that's even running at the moment.
I think down in 27th position.
You're absolutely right, it is. There's 27th, as ever. You're right.
It's just dropped to 28th, as I say that.
That's Muller at the wheel of that.
So that will be Sven Muller sharing with Joel Eriksson.
But they're just showing some extraordinary onboard footage for us there. They're coming through towards down to, Schwalbenschwanz down to Galbenkopf to come onto the Dottenhoe, and it was just extraordinary through the back markers of how close it was, which just highlights exactly what you said, Johnny, of when you commit, you're relying on that, I don't like the phrase back marker, but the car in front in a different class, committing to their line and staying where they are and doing as you've anticipated. And that, he had to weave through the cut on there and actually ended up 2 wheels on the grass, which is not ideal.
No.
On a slipshod car.
Trying to keep tabs of who's pitted so far and when therefore we expect them to stop again. But one of the reasons why Sven Muller is down in the lower 20s, 27th, 28th position, is because that car has made a stop already. So it's emerged much further down, but it wasn't in the top 10 even before its pit stop. I had it down in about 17th position at the end of the first lap, then it dropped to 18th spot 2 laps later, and that goes some way to explaining why it has re-emerged in 28th place. Still can't quite put my finger on why Raffaele Marciello is struggling so much in the Bilstein Mercedes AMG GT3. I would have expected to see him much higher up than 11th position, but that car's just come in to serve its first pit stop after 6 laps again. But the key movers and shakers have all decided, i.e. the top 3, have all decided to run as long as possible. So we will have the top 3 in by the end of this lap, and they're not a million miles away from hitting the Dottinger Hohe for the 7th time. Frank Stippler leading in car 5, Ricardo Feller in car 16, the sister Scherer Sport Audi R8 is second, and then the Rover Racing BMW M4 of Maxime Martin. Meanwhile, the Grello livery 911 of Marco Holzer, so there has been a driver change there, with Thomas Preining getting out and Holzer in. Car circulating with what looked like one of the Rover Racing BMWs. How far away is car 98 from the 911? I've briefly misplaced car 98. It's down in 24th position, Dries van Tor. So there wasn't a driver change there, but that car is struggling a little more than those that have already pitted. Might be because, of course, the timing screen takes a bit of time to fully catch up with our latest pit stoppers. So we'll update, for instance, for those cars that have pitted on lap 6, with their true position at the end of lap 7. You trigger the timing beam, or the timing loop in the asphalt, as you enter the pit road. So that will keep you up in the top 10. And it's only then when you complete the next split that the, as I say, true position is recognised. Waiting for the top 2 Audi R8s, though, of Stippler and Feller to appear at the start of the Dottinger Hohe. I can imagine this being a frustrating time to be out on the Nordschleife at the moment. There's 1, 2, maybe 3 areas affected by yellow flags at the moment, Snowy.
Johnny, as ever, perfect segue. Just what I was just watching some of the onboard there with the Manthey car with the Preining at the wheel there, and there's all sorts of going on a Hatzenbach. There's intervention vehicle parked on the right-hander part with what appears to be some curb work, and there's a lot of damage to the curb there by the look of it. So whether something's clouted it, and there's a lot of tyre marks and mud and debris after that onto the rest of the track. That's our 488 BMW just been coming in, our 128 Ti. being brought in.
Very
It's
good.
Yellow, not light bar, but yellow spoiler at the back.
Very definitely not an intervention vehicle.
Caught out my old eyes. It's not, it's not an Ivy, it's Aero. So that's just been brought in on low loader, notably undamaged, so guessing therefore optimising a mechanical issue. But as you say, there's just so many Code 60s, yellows and all sorts, hats and back, and foxholes, just watching the Grello going down through there, and it was that's the leading up to the one that's at the ADAC 4 still, with something on the apex of that. And again, I can't tell you which car it is on the left, but there's 3 or 4 incident vehicles on the left-hand part, the final part of ADAC 4, just to right, left, right. It's right in the middle of that, and we've got a slow car on the Dottinger Hohe, if not stopped already, crawling, trying to get to Tiergarten, looking like we can't make it. So we've got slippery surface flags out, i.e. yellow stripes on the Dottinger Hohe, just going to Tiergarten. The 2 Audis, meanwhile, they've cleared that, and they are nose to tail. I'm guessing one of these might dive into the pits any second now, if not both.
Well, they're all going to come in.
Yeah.
The top 3. And actually, Feller's just got ahead of Stippler. He did that into Hohenreich.
Yeah.
So that was
Bragging
risky manoeuvres, but I suppose when you've got
and
2 cars
and
Schnitzler, yeah, well, nobody's, if you've not pitted yet, you're not going to make an 8th lap on fuel, so it had to be at the end of lap 7, and here they all come. But does that give the 16 car now the priority with Scherer Sport? Where are they going to stop? Still, they continue to keep on going, so Scherer Sport Phoenix are based almost at pit out, I want to say. Just checking the front left wheel there to make sure that it is still straight, and the 2 Audis then being switched to 45 degrees in readiness for as quick a exit from pit road as possible. But Ricardo Feller leading the duo of Phoenix Racing in to pit road at the end of lap 7. Henshin Guven also pitting in the Dynamic GT 911 GT3R, and also in for Abt Sportsline is the Lamborghini Huracan of Marco Mappelli, who had previously raced with Conrad but moves to the Abt team for 2023.
I don't know if we've covered this or not, Johnny. If I have to repeat, well, I was looking at other things, my apologies if I do. The Code 60 Arenberg is for the removal of the 477 Asbest Racing, not asbestos, Asbest Racing VW Scirocco, which is completely stationary there. According to my GPS, actually in the middle of the track. I'm sure it isn't. So a plethora of restrictions to driving on the track at any kind of speed at the moment. Most places, which is frustrating, but it's all part of being there. It's almost busier in the pit lane than it is on the track at the moment.
Yeah,
I exaggerate for clarity.
Yeah, but
it's a lot of activity there.
Yeah, as I explained, if you hadn't stopped already, then it needed to be on this lap, and there's just this solid block now at the top of our timing screen. The top 11 cars all coming down pit road, including the 2 Audis that were leading, and very intriguingly for me, they had actually switched places on the exit of Antoniusbucher and into Tiergarten. So clearly Ricardo Feller picking up the toe again on Frank Stippler and realising it was better for both cars if he led the 2 of them into pit lane. They are right next to one another, not quite at pit out. There are other cars pitting further towards the pit exit road, but they both get going at the same time and very nearly run into the side of the Rover Racing BMW. That's how key it was, though, to get away as quickly as possible.
That's got a place, that has.
The Rover Racing BMW has gained a spot because it now sits between the 2 Audis rather than being behind both of them. But how close to disaster were we there? They were getting the count clearly in their ears from their engineers to say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and go. And the Rover Racing BMW had already been released much further up pit lane.
Well, assuming that number 5 Audi is going to drive a change, that's going to have Vincent Coleman in now. He'll be, I'm I'm sure he's on that radio now, explaining his feelings exactly how that happened.
Yeah.
May not be accurate, but it'll be a driver's feelings.
Well, there was a driver change done in 5. There was not a driver change done in car 16. So Ricardo Feller, the Swiss driver, retained in the 16 with the yellow door mirrors, and he did get out in front of the 98 BMW, which is still being driven by Dries van Toor. So no driver change done at Rover either. As we've said, very difficult for them to do that today.
They're interesting. The number 5 Audi has actually dropped back about 3 or 4 car lengths on that already, having got out of the pits. It's now put the Schnetzelbaum Mercedes right in touch with that.
Indeed. So we've got a scrap for what will unfold to be first and second, I would think, and also now the dice for net third and fourth. The only slight grey area there, though, is where do the cars that have pitted earlier and therefore more quickly in their opening pit stop, where do they feed back in? And the trick now for this first outlap is to try and work out exactly where the key players are. Hatzenbach so dusty offline because of the various incidents we've had so far. We've had an hour of the race. Generally speaking, a GT3 car can do a full 60-minute stint. Slightly less than that, perhaps, for the first offering, but from this point onwards, we'll be looking for a single stint across the hour. Intriguingly for me, one of my countdown clocks says we've still got 4 hours to go. This is a 4-hour race, though, isn't it? Rather than a 5-hour race.
It is a 4-hour race. Yes,
Okay, good.
I saw that as well, yeah.
Yeah, but at the top of our live stream, it says 2 hours and 55 minutes to go, which is much more than I was expecting. Much more. What am I trying to say? That's what I was expecting, rather than 3 hours and 55 minutes to go. So one of my screens reading slightly erroneous data. There's an intervention vehicle sitting in the latter part of Hatzenbach.
That's where I said on that right-hander where the curb.
Yeah.
And there
That's
was
really
a track
awkwardly
worker
placed.
working literally on the curb there. So I just wonder if something's clouted the curb so it's taken out, and if you've got a loose stone or whatever, obviously you can't leave that there because it'll be fired up into the side of another car. So I'm guessing it's something along those lines.
Ancient Guven is shown as the race leader, but that's because he was one of the later cars to pit and therefore pinged the timing loop at the start of lap 8. Just looking to see the first car, though, into sector 3. That's a reasonably long sector of about 2.5 minutes, so we'll have to wait a bit longer to get a true reading on who is out front. But some of the cars that will have gained ground will include the 34 BMW from Valkenhorst and the 98 BMW of Dries van Toor, which was the first of the 2 Rover BMWs to pit. So where are 34 and 98 going to be in the shake-up in a moment or two's time? I reckon actually it's Tim Scheerbart who leads the motor race after he breaks through into the 3rd sector. And Tim's car is yet to pit. That's the reason. So the 120 Cup 2 machine is ahead of all the GT3s right now. But that will obviously not continue to be the case. If you're racing a Cup 2 911 GT3 Cup car, they have historically been better on fuel mileage. It's Max Kreuzer in the number 100 car in 2nd position. Frank Stippler now being interviewed by Patrick Simon. And Frank looking maybe a little bit weather-beaten after a hard stint where he was exchanging the race lead with teammate Ricardo Feller. So Maxime Martin and Ricardo Feller duking it out for positions maybe 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. But up ahead of them could well be the Dries van Toor Rover Racing BMW. And as I say, still trying to work out where the 34 car of Andy Soucek is. But that is doing pretty nicely as well after its early pit stop and therefore quicker pit stop than the two Scherer Sport Audis? All the answers will be revealed in a moment or two. But as I say, Snowy, because these leading 911 GT3 Cup cars from the Cup 2 division haven't needed to pit yet, I think the first car onto the Dottinger Hoor will actually be the 120 Tim Scheerbart driven Porsche for Avia W&S Motorsport. Now that car might need to pit after 8 laps, possibly can push on to a 9th lap. We've got this strange situation where a Cup 2 car leads outright, albeit temporarily.
It's a good story, though, isn't it? It's good. It's good for the PR.
It will look great on the press release, definitely. And Scheerbart is a rapid racer. I don't think Tim has had the opportunity to run in the top class before, but did run with Avia last year. The man from Dormagen in Germany, 34 years old. First ever 24 hours for Tim was back in 2009, and he's done pretty much every single N24 since then. Still waiting for the race leaders to appear on the Dottinger Hoor. The 102 car, which is another Cup 2 entry, is in 4th position. Just heading now through Flansgarten. It's got Noah Nagelsdijk at the wheel. Nagelsdijk, probably, is the correct pronunciation, from Alsdorf in Germany, and running for a 3rd consecutive season in the NLS. He's previously raced with Black Falcon in their Cup 2 911 GT3 machine. Nagelsdijk this year back with Black Falcon and running in 4th position. Looking to try and close in on the Mühlner Motorsport Porsche 911, running in 3rd position in category. That's car 123. Nico Otto is in 2nd for Max Cruiser Racing, but it is Tim Scheerbart 12th overall as they left us. But as I say, I reckon that's the car that will appear for the first time on the start-finish straight. Aston Martin GT4 car in pit lane. Waiting to see which of the GT3 cars is out front. Tim Scheerbart will pit at the end of his 8th lap then. And across the line, he is scored as the race leader. Next up will be very likely to be the Max Cruiser Racing Porsche 911 GT3 number 100. No, it's not. Beg your pardon, it's Dries Vanthoor. So Vanthoor has got ahead of Ricardo Feller, or has he? Because Vanthoor Souček. So Souček really benefits from that pit stop that was done after only 5 laps, and that has vaulted him back into the top 2. The 33 car, which is being driven by Dennis Marshall, again one of the earlier stoppers, running in 4th position and ahead of Nico Otto, who peels off into pit road now as well. So Cup 2s getting their moment in the sunshine. Overall leader Tim Scheerbart, but he couldn't push on for another lap, has had to come into pit lane, as it is now side by side in the Mercedes arena between the Schnitzelar Mercedes and the Audi number 5, Snowy.
Yeah, one either side of, I think it was a Golf there, but quite literally the Golf did exactly what you said earlier on, of you've got to rely on what that back marker, for want of a better phrase, does. And he stood exactly where he was, stayed exactly on line, didn't deviate. So one went either side. Mercedes down the inside, Audi around the outside. Audi's always going to lose out there because it's the longer way round.
Yeah, and that was about trying to read the situation as quickly as possible on the run down and
exactly. We're saying this
it?
very casually sitting here, sort of in our shorts and t-shirts, and quite liking your shorts, by the way.
Thanks.
In the comfort of the commentary box, when they're out there in a race car, having to make a second, not even a split second, it's a nanosecond. You just hope that Mark stays where he is.
Well, indeed.
He doesn't change his mind.
You have then committed, and there's kind of no going back from that point on. So 98, Dries Vanthoor, the new race leader, from Andy Souček in the 34, similar BMW M4 from Valkenhorst. Then the Audi of Dennis Marshall, number 33, and it's Ricardo Feller, former race leader, running in 4th position in the number 16 car. 2 hours and 47 minutes still to go. The advantage that you can take by an early stop should theoretically be lost later on in the piece, because the Vanthoor and Suchek cars will have to pit earlier than their rivals as we home in on the final hour. It's been a driver change in the number 120 machine, by the way. So 120 leading the Cup 2 division is now taken over by Paul Harkema, who hails from the Netherlands, and again back with another season for Black Falcon, Team Identica, running in their Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. But that could be a very strong combination there between Tim Scheerbart and Paul Harkema. I seem to recall they've raced with each other in the past as well, maybe in last year's 24-hour race. Actually, no, on that occasion Harkema raced with Tobias Muller and Noah Nagelsdijk, together with Carlos Vaz, the Luxembourgish driver. Certainly Harkema, a rapid peddler in one of the Cup 2 cars. Here comes a bit of a favourite for the gentleman to my right. Aston Martin GT3 car heading over the line.
Yeah, the Pro Sport number 17 entry. That's at Christophe Barrot and Maxime Dumoulin and that. There's also, they've got a second entry, number 37 as well, with Mike David Wolfman. That's in a very distinctive, just sort of Belgrano grey livery. A few pink reddish sort of highlights on it, just in that car. That's running on track in 37th, I think it is. At the moment.
It is car 37, isn't it?
Sorry, car 37, running in 28th. Apologies. But was having a little dice with obviously a lap hand position there with the Conrad Lamborghini a few moments ago.
Yeah. So again, great to see very different car methodologies, mixing it with the great span of manufacturers we have in these GT3 categories. GT3 will be heading into the World Endurance Championship from season 2024. And I have to say, when that was first announced, I wasn't a huge fan of GT3 becoming the GT category at Le Mans, but what it does do is open the door to so many more manufacturers. GTE really is just about Porsche, Ferrari and Aston Martin these days, after BMW and their M8, and 4GT are no more, of course. Although there's still a Corvette running in GTE this year as well. That did very well yesterday in the opening round of the World Endurance Championship, brought to you live here on RS1 as well. So first race victory for the Ben Keating Corvette Racing Run C8R. But GTE, the outgoing category, GT3 is the future of GT racing in ACO rules racing. It has been incredibly strong as a global category, including here at the Nürburgring, both in NLS and at the Nürburgring 24 hours. Still got the slight distraction of Paul Harkema at the sharp end of the timing screen in his Cup 2 car. That is no longer the case, though. He's fallen away from outright leader to back into the GT3 pack, and well, he will hope to have retained the Cup 2 lead. It's Ben Leuchter in the Max Cruiser Racing Porsche now, by the way, as well. So there was another driver change there from car number 100. And that was done at the end of their 8th lap in Cup 2. So the Duisburg racer taking charge of car 100.
Just as we get one code 60, one car causing the code 60. And at an hour force, we have another one now, which is the 950, one of the Porsche Caymans, which is our Schmickler Performance, powered by Ravenol entry. Horst Baumann and Stefan Schmickler at the wheel of that car during the race, but not at the moment, because it's parked on the side of the track at Adenauer Forst. right-hand side. So that's a code 60 there, so that's just, unfortunately, just extending it a little bit further.
Update on the scoring tower of how things sit in Cup 3. Still Moritz Oberheim leading in the 960 Avia WNS Motorsport 718 Cayman. Second position for 952, which is the Stahlschmidt driven car. That is Philipp Stahlschmidt, yes, who's driven with Schmierlis Racing in the past. So back with those guys again, running in second. And it's Mauro Calamia in the WNS Motorsport GmbH car for 962. So the 718 Cayman GT class for Cup 3 machines. First, second and third there is 960, 952 and 962. The overall positions, still the Paul Harkema Cup 2 car displayed as the overall race leader. That has now become Dries Vanthoor, I'll remind you, in the number 98 Rover Racing BMW, with Andy Soucek about 9 seconds back. And then Dennis Marshall in the number 33 Audi for Car Collection. More yellow flags out on the racetrack though.
Yeah, I've got a report coming in that the number 007, which of course should be what brand?
Should be an Aston, sure.
It's a Lamborghini. It's the Conrad Lamborghini.
Okay.
Is had an incident at the carousel, but GPS suggests it's still on the move. So we just mentioned that a few minutes ago. Be interesting to see a little update on that. 477 is a technical issue. That's the Lamborghini still appears to be this is the Conrad car. Appears to be on the move still. That would be running in. It's got a way down, wasn't it, Johnny? The Lamborghini.
Well, the Abt Sportsline car is doing a lot better than the Conrad machine. The best Lambo is 18th in the hands of Kelvin van der Linden now. That's the Abt example. The Conrad car, I'm making 24th for Jelmer Berman. Again, talking about drivers more associated with other manufacturers, Berman for years raced Mercedes, both of the SLS and AMG varieties. There's a Volker Berman though as well, but Volker's not done much racing in the last 15 years or so. So yeah, Jelmer Berman at the wheel of a Lambo, perhaps for the first time.
Well, I've got that car running at 11th.
Okay, that's certainly been on the 20. Did I say? Third. Oh yes.
The Van der Linde car, Abt Sportline car, currently running second overall.
Okay. Second overall. That's the screen slightly out of date.
Yes, I'm thinking exactly what we've got. Well, no, because we've got that dynamic car at the front still. I think this is slightly out of date because I've got.
Yeah, but that was at the end of lap 8, whereas we've done a further lap on from that now.
I have refreshed just in case. Yeah, I did do that. Yeah.
Still getting the same readout. Yeah. Well, Rover Racing.
I was confused because you were saying where the Lamborghini was, thinking I've got them a lot further up. And
according to the timing tower that we have on our feed as well, it is Dries Vanthoor leading from Andy Soucek's 34 BMW. And then Dennis Marshall in his first NLS race for a couple of years. He did compete in 2021. I don't think Dennis has ever done the 24 hours though. Let's just see whether he's ever been entered. Oh no, he has, beg pardon, he's done the N24 before, Marshall, but didn't do it last year. Instead, competing in the GT World Challenge event and a regular in the ADAC GT Championship. So the last Nürburgring 24 hours was in 2021 when he was with Phoenix Racing and racing in their Audi R8 LMS. So an Audi specialist and the driver from Karlsruhe Dennis, just 26 years old, now up as high as 3rd position, although when you look at Snowy Screen, he's not even in the top 15.
Just slightly alarming because I've got the same. I've not got the same screen as you.
I have no idea.
Careful how you answer that, but it's been fine till now.
Yeah, it hasn't got the latest update from the end at the end of lap 9, basically, but we're doing fine till that point. Ricardo Feller running in 4th position ahead of Maxime Martin and Marek Bockman. Vincent Kolb in 7th, and then it's Paul Verhagen in 8th position ahead of Marco Holzer and Sven Muller for Falcon Motorsports. Now the early stoppers in the piece, they were in at the end of lap 5. 5 plus 7 is 12, so I reckon this lap and 2 more for the 2 leaders. And it remains to be seen, therefore, whether Vantor and Soucek can stay at the sharp end throughout this race. They will be able to up until the final stop, but then, because they need to pit so far out from the checkered flag, their final stop will be longer than those cars that have pitted after 7 laps. This is the natural yin and yang of a NLS race. We will get some outliers, some early leaders, but they are not necessarily going to remain the dominant cars. I'm also trying to work out which of the chassis are the best to have today. Porsche struggling at the moment, 9th and 10th as the highest placed cars. Mercedes don't necessarily have big numbers here today, but again, someone I would have expected to be doing a lot better is Raffaele Marciello. He's down in 12th. We have Marek Bockman, who is flying the Schlitzalarm Racing flag. He is up as high as 6th place in car number 11. And the other Mercedes to look out for is car number 6, the Haupt Racing team. There was a driver change there with Jordan Love, the man from Western Australia, taking charge of that car from Hubert Haupt during the last pit stop. But it is BMWs and Audis looking to be the strongest manufacturers in the early stages, Snowy.
It certainly is, and as you say, odd to see Porsche not figuring as much, and it's across the board as well, because you've got Porsches currently in 9th, 10th and 11th, and that's Manthey, Falcon and Dynamic altogether, so that's obviously where that Porsche is at the moment. All 3 teams will have slightly different views on how to run their car and different strategies, but all 3 are at minus turn, 9, 10, 11th, and not that far apart in times either. So that's about the pace of 911 today, which is a bit surprising. Falcon not really on the scene either at the moment. They're, say, in 14th. So, but we have seen this before with this. I don't think we can ever doubt the speed of this new M4 GT3 BMW. That's never been the issue. To be honest, its reliability's been pretty good as well. They just seem to have not had a lot of luck. You mentioned earlier about them sort of running this, perhaps even the junior team ahead of the 24-hour. The 24-hour is never part of this series, but it is always the one you want to go to. You've only got to see the entries drop off after it, but you can see how ridiculous it is that people enter these races before to get intel and data and knowledge and build up that knowledge base ahead of that race. But they just didn't seem to have any luck last year, so it's a bit of a box for BMW to tick at the moment. Whether it's team works, junior team, customer, it doesn't really matter. We've seen it, custom teams in Formula 1 can do quite well, can't they, apparently, this year?
Seems so, yeah. By the way, the weekend of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, if you've not already got it in the calendar for 2023, it's the 20th and 21st of May. So there are no NLS races in the month of May because of that. There'll also be a Nürburgring 24-hour qualifying race. And I'm now going to really challenge myself because I haven't already looked up the date.
When's that, Johnny?
Yeah, very good question. 22nd and 23rd of April, I reckon. Do you concur with that? Yeah.
Yep.
So 22nd and 23rd of April for the qualifiers, and the 18th to the 21st. Race day will be the 20th and 21st of May for the latest edition of the ADAC Total Energies 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Those big dates still to come. 10 laps completed for Dries van Tor. Dennis Marshall gaining a place on that lap. He's managed to get ahead of Andy Soucek in the number 33 Audi. So the German is really pushing on to get ahead of Spanish driver Andy Soucek. Only 0.4 of a second between them as they cross the line. And more crucially for Dennis, just 2.9 seconds away now from Dries van Tor. When did car 33 come in for its pit stop? That must have been an early one as well. Didn't note that down, but I reckon that will have been... Well, it wasn't at the end of lap 5, but it could well have been at the end of lap 6. So every credit to Marshall there for getting pretty much on an even keel with the 2 cars that pitted at the end of lap 5. Dennis's pit stop will have been slightly longer than the 2 BMWs, but he's managed to catch and now overtake Andy Soucek. And a big shout then for the credentials of Dennis Marshall, who shares with Ricardo Feller and Luca Engstler. We haven't yet seen Feller in the 33 car, because Feller's been entirely focused on efforts in number 16. An indication that the 477 car has been way off the track. It's brought back quite a lot of the Nürburgring scenery with it on those wheels.
It's been farming somewhere, that, hasn't it? And for the first time in quite a while, Johnny, we've got a full course green.
That is a surprise. And therefore, high time to be out on track rather than in pit lane, losing even more time. During the N24, if teams have judged that a big section of the track is affected by yellows, maybe in 3 or 4 different locations, you often see cars coming in out of sequence to take advantage of that, because if you can pit when a lot of the track is slowed, there are gains to be had there.
Free time.
Yeah, pretty much.
Strategists love it, drivers don't mind it. It's a win-win.
So it's the VW Sirocco that we're talking about, number 477 rather, which is being driven by Mr. Ice.
They can't work on it at the moment because I think it's refueling. Of course, it's pumps taking ages to fill this.
Yeah.
Is that a Sirocco?
Yes. It's a newer shape Sirocco, not the old school one. But
now the Lamborghini, Conrad Lamborghini, in trouble on the end of the Dottinger Hoa, crawling along. I'm not sure that's going to make it up to Tiergarten. It's on the approach. In fact, I think it has stopped already, Johnny. Yellow flags there for this will be the number 007, isn't it? Has got it going, I think. It is advancing towards us very slowly, I think. No, maybe not. No, that's stationary now completely. So just when you've got that, we were talking about this, you're saying drivers getting opportunities and things, where flags can work out for them. You get that fabulous run down the Dottinger Hoa, get that draft, and we've seen it displayed a few times in the race already, but then you get to the end of it, and all of a sudden there's a yellow flag, so you can't take advantage of it, and you're not going to know that until you come through there, unless of course the crew radio ahead and let you know, which some will be very, very good at.
So multiple...
No damage on the Lamborghini, by the way. Sorry, Johnny.
Did you not think there was? Well, I thought it might be down on the right-hand side, its right-hand side, and our left, but...
So there was only one light on, I did notice, but there's no major damage. As in, corners will appear to be down, rear wing straight at the moment, but...
True, all 4 corners are present, but I just wonder whether a tyre started to go down, and that's the reason why Jelmer Berman has put the Lamborghini, at least 2 of its tyres, onto the grass. It's a multiple Dubai 24-hour race winner, Jelmer Berman. As I say, much more associated with Mercedes as a brand. In fact, in last year's Nürburgring 24 hours, no, it wasn't last year, he hasn't competed at the Nürburgring 24 since 2021. And in 2021, he was in a 10Q racing Mercedes AMG. So this is another radical departure for a driver who's become associated with one manufacturer, the 3-pointed star of Mercedes, with Lamborghini now and the Franz Conrad outfit.
They'll have me driving other than Aston soon at this rate, and any more of this.
Perish the thought.
Exactly.
Surely that's not possible.
It's not in my contract.
No, breached that majorly. Klaus Aberland's team, Fricadelli Racing, in the number 30 car. Is that still Klaus piloting the 296? No, it's Felipe Fernandez-Larza now who's taken charge of the Ferrari 296, making its debut, of course, at the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Quick update on the Lamborghini. We've got an intervention vehicle out there to it now, and a tow rope or bar or whatever being connected to it. So it implies, Johnny, that that car can be dragged in safely, i.e. there's nothing dragging too much or damage. So it suggests that you're as ever, you're probably right, that it's maybe just a puncture or something else technical. If it was a puncture, I'd be surprised it hasn't brought it that bit further in.
Yeah.
So, but who knows? We'll see in a few minutes when we get a slightly better view of that car being brought in, as I'm sure our producers will be able to show us. But an odd thing, so that we've said something haven't we, about this Conrad Lamborghini in particular. If it didn't have bad luck, it wouldn't have any at all. It's usually super quick and well driven. No matter who's piloted it, they've always got a strong lineup. Franz Conrad himself, team owner, not shy to a race circuit, shall we say?
Certainly not.
And results, especially here, and been known to pedal it himself a bit. Even quite recently, I think. Certainly within the last couple of seasons, I think he's driven it.
Yes, and remember also Martin Conrad has been doing some driving, but he's not part of the Franz Conrad family. There is no relation between the two, but yes,
Make it up, could you?
Franz Conrad, initially a racing driver and now moving to team manager.
Well, much like your good self, you are the Johnny Palmer, not the circuit owner of various tracks in the UK.
I see.
You are.
So
Johnny.
I am the one,
You are the
and
Johnny
not the
Palmer.
other one.
Well, you are in my world, mate.
Thank you. Here comes the other Fricadelli car. It's the Porsche.
Yes.
So that's much more associated with a particular manufacturer. And the 111 car has who at the wheel? That is Von Danwitz, running 7th in the Cup 2 division with the bright yellow door mirrors. And not too far away from its sister machine, running in a different class, of course. SP9 Pro-Am is where we find the brand new Ferrari, and Felipe Larza, car number 30, running in 27th overall. We're about to tick off 11 laps, so by my calculations, we shouldn't have any scheduled pit callers to worry about this time around. But in the next 2 or 3 laps, the BMWs that kicked off the pit stopping will come down pit road. So Dries Van Tor and Andy Soucek will be the next to stop, probably at the end of lap 13. So we're about to complete lap 11. In 2 more laps, therefore, the cars running 1st and 3rd overall will need to come in for fuel. Very busy indeed down the Dottinger Hoor, not least because of Franz Conrad's Lamborghini that is needing to be recovered. How close do you like this? That's Soucek back on the fight back, isn't it? Versus the car collection Audi of Dennis Marshall, number 33. Yeah, the all-white car collection liveried car. So it comes back over the line. Marshall almost overtaken. And having said that I didn't expect any more cars in, Dries Van Tor, from the lead of the race, does make a pit stop. That is early for me, because Dries was in after only 5 laps, and now 6 laps later, the BMW having to pit again. So does that tell us that the Rover racing car has got some sort of an issue? It should, on fuel, have been able to do 2 more laps than this.
Well, obviously they've done it for a reason. Just quickly on that, the other Valkenhorst BMW did rejoin, didn't the 35 entry? That did rejoin after that works on it. So I'm trying to find out what that is at the moment. But yeah, let's have a look at the strategy of that. So it's done 5 laps, yeah?
It did 5 laps at the start, and now it's done a 6-lap stint, because it pitted at the end of lap 5. It's now pitted at the end of lap 11, but it should have been able to go until lap 13. Now the sector times don't indicate to me that it's carrying a problem. 0.8 of a second slower than Soucek's BMW in sector 3. but actually quicker than it in Sector 4. So this is puzzling, but if it gets out in about the same sort of time as it did its first pit stop, are Rover Racing perhaps experimenting with a slightly shorter pit stop? Because again, you can spend less time in the pits doing it this way around. But many discussions with various teams through the years, generally the simple strategy here at the Nürburgring, whether in an NLS race, 4-hour race, or the full 24 hours, you basically go long as much as possible. Rover perhaps deliberately getting both of their cars, or getting their cars onto different strategies though, so they don't have to worry about one team car getting tangled up with the other. Remember what happened with the Shearer Sport Phoenix Audis when they pitted at the same time, and then they were vaulted back into the race together, very nearly colliding with the other Rover Racing BMW. But this is a little puzzling for me. If the 98 car spends much longer in the pits, then we will know that it's a problem. At the moment, it's fine.
But is it because of this, also this run down the Dottinger, which actually these yellow flags I mentioned a few minutes ago, Johnny, they're starting out of sight around at Galbenkopf at least, so there's no opportunity to drag and turn down. So you've got a long, long run from at least Galbenkopf down to the Dottinger to the Tiergarten. That's for the number 7 Conrad Lamborghini that's parked on the right-hand side of the circuit. I said a few minutes ago, Johnny, that we had an IV vehicle in front of that looking to tow it back up Tiergarten in. That's now changed position and unhooked itself and gone to the back of it, suggesting it would actually pull it back. There is a gap in the Armco slightly further back there to pull a car. Yes, a pedestrian one, not a car size one. I think that those yellows are going to go to a code 60 now, I think, at that point where the Lamborghini is. It's been, yes, indeed it has. It's gone to a full code 60 this at the end of the lap. That, of course, green flag, marshal post 197, just at the top of the end of the dock, at the beginning of the Tiergarten area. That allows cars to then pick up speed again. So it would suggest that Lamborghini is a little bit more embedded, as you would say. You quite rightly suggested it was odd that I forgot who said at the wheel of that.
Jelmer Berman.
Berman, of course. He's deliberately put two wheels on the grass. It's almost as if something's completely failed, and it's almost like the transmission's locked or something, that it can't be pulled, moved, towed. Normally you can flick it into neutral unless it's corners off and it's damaged, the car can get out of the way. It's clear there's something a little bit more comprehensive on that Lamborghini, and I'm suggesting that. I was hoping that car was going to be pulled back into the pits and recovered. I'm guessing that's not going to be the case.
Yeah. I love your shout about the fact that there's yellows on the Dottinger Hoor, and it would be a prime time to pit. And I was about to say, I reckon you've absolutely nailed that. But the problem now for Dries Vanthoor is he still hasn't rejoined the race. And I do think that car would have come out of the pit lane by now if it wasn't a problem. So pitting just after 6 laps when the car should have been capable of doing 8 on this stint. Still keeping my eyes peeled as to whether the 98 car is released anytime soon. But this is looking like a lengthy pit stop for one side of the Rover Racing garage. And as I say, the sector times for the in-lap just did not indicate to me that there was any inch of a problem. The longest sector around the lap, sector 4, actually favoured Vanthoor when you compared the 3:05.2 that he did with Andy Soucek's time. But they're now starting to lose huge amounts of
Something doesn't
real
add up,
estate.
does it? Something doesn't add up. You're right, Johnny.
And, you know, in a moment or two, the race leaders, Dennis Marshall and Andy Soucek, are going to be appearing at the start of the Dottinger Hoor. So Rover, having started this race with 2 very strong and fast cars, look like they may be down to just the one bullet in the gun now for Maxime Martin.
I'm just wondering, just seeing a view back down Tiergarten again, Johnny, of this Conrad Lamborghini. And I'm going to give free sponsorship here to a free advertising to another team. It always reminds me of the Vitaphone Maserati with those colours, that black and turquoise, which I know it's not. I do apologise to Conrad. But I expect might have a flatbed out to that vehicle soon to pick it up. It looks like to me like it's not going to work on a straight tow. The point of that being, it's just more time.
Yeah.
But you're saying my shout's good. I think yours is even more accurate on the 98 entry, the Dries van Toor driven Rover Racing M4 GT3 SP9 BMW in the pits. It's been in there way too long for any kind of routine stop. We haven't seen any footage there whether it went into a box, did some work on it, like the sister Valkenhorst number 35 car did. That car had some kind of driveline issue. They went in underneath and removed the rear floor, and certainly there's not much else they can be doing in the middle of the car on the floor unless they're just in the seat, which I doubt. Not really the time to do anything to the pit stop, is it? In fact, they don't adjust seats anymore, they're just pedal boxes these days.
Yes, the pedals move, the seat stays where it is.
Well, it's a safety issue, isn't it? The seat needs to be rigid in an impact for all drivers, so rather than have a seat on a rail that can move, it's a weaker area, so bolt the seats out, it can move the pedals.
Yeah. Now, my other thought is, because Rover have entered the same two drivers in two different cars, was it always the plan to pit one of them after about an hour and a half or so to ensure that Dries van Toor can safely take over from Maxime Martin? Then there's the option afterwards, after Martin's got out, to get back aboard the 98. Yes, it'll be heavily delayed, but perhaps they were always going to concentrate on one car over the other. You can retrieve two sets of data from two cars, but you're only ever going to get one that wins the race. So was this always part of the plan? Without having spoken to Rover beforehand to know this, and I'm not sure they would have told us anyway, and the fact that we're not really concentrating on our race edit on the 98 car in terms of this being a big story, that it seems to have retired, perhaps this was always part of the plan so that Maxime Martin can pit at the end of, let's say, 13 or 14 laps, and there'll be a fresh driver, or relatively fresh, in the form of Dries van Toor, to take the car over. Let's wait and see. It's a strange way of approaching it, entering the race with two cars, but really only taking one seriously. But that might also provide an answer too. Meantime, Dennis Marshall appearing in the centre of our live feed shot. If you've not found the live feed service, by the way, head to radio/show.co.uk, radio-show.co.uk, and hit the live video tab, and you will be able to get full NLS live in vision and audio, perfectly synced up. So another slow zone, this time.
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle.
Auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zu NLS.
It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, bringing you live coverage as it happens of NLS1, the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, and still frustrating for cars out on the racetrack having to really significantly dip their pace down the Dottinger Hohe because of a lengthy lengthy recovery of the stricken Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. We thought there might be a tyre down. Clearly there's maybe a transmission issue, the car stuck in gear because it's going no further for Jelmer Berman and now having to be straight lifted onto a flatbed Peter Snowden.
Yeah, as I thought it might well do. And that's just thinking about that code 60 at the carousel and the exit. It was for car 260 that I mentioned. That car has carried on, but now has appeared to have stopped almost perfectly by Marshal Post 170, which is just the entry to Flansgarden. So this is the Porsche Cayman of Smillis Racing. It had moved on again, so as you say, quite probably barrier repair, which is why that was there, because there was nothing actually on our GPS to suggest what was there, apart from that car was stopped to the right again. It's moved on and got all the way down through Wippermin, Brunchen, etc., and now appears to have stopped again. So I'm double guessing here and don't want to speculate, but it appears it might well have gone off, caused some barrier damage, not enough to stop the car continuing. It's carried on for a while and it's not got much further. It now appears to have stopped entirely. The Lamborghini parked at Conrad's Lamborghini, that's finally been picked up on a flatbed. So that would appear to be some kind of usually drive train issue, because even if an engine fails, the car can still roll on its wheels. It's when they can't physically tow it, move it, drag it, that's when they've got to pick it up. So I would suggest some kind of driveline, on the basis there's no accident damage. That's the other one. There's accident damage and the corner's knocked off. It doesn't want to really move very well then.
We say you don't want to speculate. We love speculating on RSL, and we try and do as much of it as possible. I do. And remember, John Hindhoff's Twitter handle is @Specutainment, for goodness sake, so it's actively encouraged, even at a management level. Meantime, the number 3 Porsche of Falcon Motorsports heading at great speed, trying to stick with the Manthey Porsche in the distance. So this is the 3 car driven by Sven Muller. Marco Holzer a bit further up the road. Sven driving in a very smart matching teal liveried helmet that matches the bodywork of the Falcon Porsche. It always used to be sort of half and half, turquoise and sky blue. I think now all in the...
Great run there for the Falcon car.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? And that was coming, well, out of Flansgarten, and now on the approach to the really quick stuff.
Because that wasn't quick already.
Well, no, in comparison to the approach to Schwabenschwanz, which is the second concreted area here. And yeah, Holzer being reeled in by Sven Muller, just with every metre being competed on. And this is Galgenkopf, the corner you were talking about a little earlier on. They're both going to have to check up though because of the code 60, which is a bit further along this straight into the yellow flag area, so they weren't permitted to overtake the Cayman that sits just ahead of them.
No, but also a great opportunity for Muller now to get the jump when it's clear going into Tiergarten. But what a fabulous bit of onboard footage there, those two Porsches. Flat out, quality drivers, quality brands on this extraordinary circuit. Now, Muller looking to the right, sitting to the right rear of Grello, trying to get the pounce and get the jump on it when it comes clear. But of course, he's on the wrong part of the track to really do that. But is that Porsche Cayman in front as well? Is that a GT4 Mercedes? It's going to help. So they're coming to the intervention vehicle now. Muller sitting right on the back of Grello. He eases across to the right. There's our intervention vehicle. There's our flatbed. The Lamborghini, the Conrad Lamborghini, is now atop the flatbed, so that's clear to go, as are indeed these two Porsches. Any second now it'll be green flag, and they should be able to continue, shoot down through Tiergarten, down into the pit lane, being held a bit longer than our camera angle would suggest. Green flag it is on the left hand side. They can go now, and the Grello gets the hop straight away.
Yeah, so they're able to dart by, I think that's Marius Rauer in the class leading Cup 3 Cayman. It certainly looks like the Arvia livery
yeah, but
car.
Look what's behind. Grello,
Behind
Falcon.
them, it's Dynamic GT, isn't it? And then the Bilstein Mercedes.
The Bilstein Mercedes, yeah.
Probably is that still Marciello, who's been at the wheel
now,
for
Grello
a few
stays
stints.
out. Falcon dive into the pits. There's number 3 Falcon Porsche into the pits.
And that would tally with my stats because the 3-car pitted after only 5 laps. The overall leader, Dennis Marshall, also coming in as expected. And Andy Soucek from 4th position in the all-black Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW. So 3 pit callers at the end of lap 13. 33 from the lead, 34 from 4th. And the number 3 Falcon Motorsports Porsche of Sven Muller coming in from 11th position. Everybody else can stay out for a bit longer, but your advantage here regarding the cars that pitted a little earlier is that, again, they will potentially have better track position for the next stint. It was reasonably quiet in the pit lane when they came in as well. The bulk of the GT3 runners will be pitting in 2 laps' time at the end of lap 15. So 33 displayed on our scoring tower as the race leader, but that's the car sitting in pit road at the moment. New race leader then, when all this unfolds, should be Maxime Martin in number 99. Has the 98 car rejoined the race?
No, not yet.
No. So again, I think, unless there's a genuine problem with that car, I think they've taken Dries Van Tor out of the race so that he can take over from Maxime Martin when that car pits at lap 15.
Well, we said it was slightly odd, didn't we, at the beginning, how that works, and it's not quite how I thought it would.
Well, it's just strange for me to be entering a race with 2 cars when really your aim is to get one to the finish and the other one is kind of in the action for mileage. Any data that you can draw from it, but now whether that was a decision made in the heat of battle as to which car they would drop effectively, but it's the 98 car that is going no further at this stage. I still can't see any damage on the Franz Conrad run.
I'm doing exactly the same, Johnny. Have a good look at that at number 7 entry. And no, all 4 tyres are inflated still, so it would suggest it's a transmission issue where it's just unable to proceed. What does it describe it as? Progress impaired?
Progress impaired would fit, certainly. There's now yellow flags and an exclamation mark on my track map at Hohenrhein, which is the really tight chicane just before the end of the lap. So you've got Tiergarten, which is the main bit of the chicane. Hohenrhein is that wiggle through the tyres, basically, to bring you back onto the main start-finish straight. And yellow flags being shown there.
It's very Blackadder-esque of you there.
Wiggle. I should say wibble, really. Yeah, very Rowan Atkinson. Yellow flags withdrawn by that point for the Punch-sponsored Aston Martin as the Pro Sport offering. Heading now down the start-finish straight. And rejoining is the 960 Porsche Cayman of Rauer. So the Conrad crew will be reacquainted with their Lamborghini in a moment or two. I'm sure there've been plenty of puzzled looks though from their garage, wondering exactly what is going on there. The 17 Aston Martin, by the way, is the only GT3 AM car in the entry, just heading through the cut through now. And that has Breuer at the wheel, which is Chris Breuer, running with Pro Sport previously too. Bronze rated from Euskirchen, and competed in one or two NLS races last year in the 17 Aston Martin Vantage as well. 4 of them in total. Did basically, well, not the full second half of the season. He did rounds 4, 5, 6 and 7 in this particular Aston Martin. They just need to finish to win SP9 AM, of course, as the only entry, but they're not that far away from the other Aston Martin in SP9 Pro, the David Ortman-driven Pro Sport Racing Vantage AMR. So about a minute and 20 between those two. Ortman has just made a pit stop as well, so that may well see the two Aston Martins switching places. So 2 hours done here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It is NLS1, first part of an 8-race season, and the current leader at the Nordschleife is Maxime Martin in his number 99 Rover Racing BMW. 2 hours to go. It's Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer keeping you company for this first race. And still a dice for me between BMW and Audi, and not the 33 car, which now has a new driver at the wheel. That's Luca Engstler, who's taken over from Dennis Marshall. So the fight currently out on the track is only 0.3 of a second, and that's so impressive after 2 hours of racing. Maxime Martin from Ricardo Feller, absolutely nothing between those very different cars, Snowy.
Absolutely not, and full course green, the opposite of full course yellow, 2 hours to go, so halfway through the race, and fantastic battle here also between the number 3 Porsche of Muller and the Raffaele Marcello, which is we hadn't seen a lot of him.
No.
He's now, this is for 10th position. Muller in the Falcon chasing the AMG Mercedes in front, and nothing between them at all. Nip and tuck. What it did also provide was, Johnny, that we showed some great onboard footage from the number 3 Falcon Porsche as they went onto the Nordschleife coming off the GP loop. We saw that where we had the code 60 of Hatzenbach before, and there's tire marks, and there's something has gone ploughing. I remember I thought there was a curb damage. There's serious ploughing match going on. I think it was a tractor pulling competition by the look of it on the side, which should have been the other side of the barrier. We've done it across the grass there. So I'm guessing whatever went across there dug in and hoiked out, for want of a better description, it's an agricultural term that way, some of the curbing on the edge of the track. So why we had that code 60 there, because I saw a track worker there working on literally the curbing with an intervention field protecting from the cars, even at 60k, just in case. And I thought, that's an odd place to be working. It's not barriers, etc. So I'm guessing some curbstones being lifted, which Yeah, it's also a part of the circuit where the drivers use those curbs enormously.
Yeah.
So the idea of one of those coming out and having effectively a brick go through your bodywork, windscreen or worse, no thank you very much. It makes me twitch just thinking about it. So that does seem to explain what that was. But thank you, Falcon, for providing that bit of onboard footage. Not only was it nice to see you chasing the Mercedes, but it gives intel on the side of the track. We like it.
Here's the race lead, Grand Prix circuit. Fella now ahead of Martin, but nothing between the Audi number 16 and the BMW number 99. Maxime Martin will be due in at the end of this lap, as will Fella. So we'll be in a scenario where the top two, top three really, once you factor in Schnitzelarm Racing's Mercedes, will be pitting all on the same lap, and it will be set to be getting very, very busy indeed.
Verhagen has already pitted from 4th in number 44 BMW Junior M4 car. Neil Verhagen's been in that car from the start of this race, actually.
Yeah.
So there are 3 drivers down listed for that, aren't there? So there's Verhagen, Dan Harper. So I don't know who's going to go into it next.
Max Hesser as well.
Yeah.
So,
Maybe
yes.
they're going to do an hour each. And Neil Verhagen's going to done the first stint. So,
Indeed.
right, a plethora of cars into the pits now. We've got 6th, 7th and 8th into the pits. Now the Mercedes, just talking about, of Raffaele Marcello, Holzer in the Manthey Porsche as well, and Guven in the dynamic Porsche, all into the pits. We've got 4th, 6th, 7th and 8th into the pits. And now, interestingly, just seeing cars coming down the Dottinger Höhe, for the first time I've seen a car with its wipers on, Johnny. It's the first time I spotted that. Now, going to look at the rest of the cars to see if that's indicative of one just clearing his screen at that one particular point. Don't see anything else with them on at the moment.
How about that for a scrap down the Dottinger Höhe as well, between two 911 GT3s. I thought from a distance they'd made contact briefly. I thought also that the one on the right hand side was a Cup car, but it's because the rear wing is not painted as luridly as the one on the left. And was that the Grello car?
It was the Grello car, yes.
911 numbered car.
No, that's in the pits.
Okay, no, so it's the another Dayglow yellow machine, confusing us briefly. Might be Rutronic Racing's Porsche. Try and get eyes on those cars in a moment or two as they cross the line. Dennis Olsen is into the pits. So maybe that was a Cup car that he was duking it out with. The Cup cars will be very strong down the straight, carrying less aero, of course. And the 21 car peels off into pit road. I can't see another Porsche anywhere close, apart from Sven Muller, but we know the livery of his. It's the almost Leighton House blue for Falcon Motorsport, I should say. And
you're too young to remember Leighton House.
I don't remember it. I've seen the photographs and I've seen cars in museums.
Good riposte.
Yeah.
I should have known better, shouldn't I?
0.4 of a second separates Fella from Martin, and that was at the start of the lap. How do their sectors compare? Favouring the Swiss through sectors 1 and 2 right now. Marek Bockmann in the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes in 3rd position, but as Snowy's mentioned, Neil Verhagen pitting from 4th, and it'll be Dan Harper taking the BMW Junior team car over. He has just hit the track again, or for the first time for him in NLS 2023. There's also a driver change in the dynamic GT car, with Istanbul driver Ayhancin Guven getting out and Christian Engelhardt taking over. Yes, so Guven sharing with Engelhardt and with Laurin Heinrich in that all-pro lineup. So we concentrate on BMW 511 heading for the Sabine Schmitz curve and the Majatovic driven FK Performance BMW 330i. So that is entered into the combined class for VT2 rear-wheel drive and four-wheel drive cars. So this year they're actually lumped into the same category effectively and catchily titled VT2R plus 4WD.
It's like a Porsche Carrera Cup race coming past the pit. 5 911s.
Nice.
Duking it out. Not sure all 5 are going to make it through turn 1 at this rate. They tried to, they have successfully. Not sure they were going to there. First 3 look like they're going to get involved in one another. There's still a bit more to come on the Grand Prix circuit. They're the front 3. The F8, same old thing, 102 getting caught up in a race there with 1 in front. That's now allowed everybody else to join in. So a change of order there for a moment and back again.
Now, I don't think Paul Harkema, the class leader, is involved in any of this.
No.
So this is for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, all heading into the cut-through now. So you've got the 1, 2, 3 car, which is being driven by Marcel Hopper. Also in this mixture, the Bunagel Black Falcon car. So 120, 1, 2, 3, sorry, 120's not part of it, 18 seconds clear. 1, 2, 3, the 102, the 100 of Benny Leuchter. Boccalacci's in there, Dorian Boccalacci, car 107. And the other one is Max Cruiser, but the Max Cruiser car, has that just rejoined from the pits? Because that's actually shown a full lap down compared to the others. But we certainly have 4 cars all involved on the lead lap within that battle for 2nd position in Cup 2.
So was the Max Cruz car that was leading that?
It was, well, at any one point it was sort of changing. The Mullner Motorsport car, the Black Falcon, Max Cruiser, Benny Leuchter could well have been out front.
Well. Yeah. I think it's the Max Cruz car out front, well, 100, yeah.
Okay.
Great 5-way battle there.
Tremendous. Well, as I say, it should only be 4 according to the timing screen, so somebody else has got involved with that somewhere along the way. Whether one of the cars was a lap behind, it remains to be seen. But Dorian Boccalacci, who's a big talent from France.
I think that's because in there, it's the number 25 Uber Motorsport car, which is actually an SP9 category car in there as well. So 25
yeah,
in that mix.
Okay,
that's what
good
it is.
Shout. And that was Tyson at the wheel of the 25 car. So
yeah, Joachim Tyson.
Joachim Tyson, yes. That answers the question perfectly. Thank you for that. 5
Porsches, 4 from one person.
The other one.
One just like, this is fun, I think I'll join in.
The other one being the GT3R, but they were so closely matched. Why not get involved as well? Marcel Hopper and Benny Leuchter were side by side briefly. I wouldn't be surprised that Leuchter, though, has worked his way through and eventually we'll get to some clean air.
Right,
now then,
fella into the pits.
Followed by Maxime Martin, and I would expect Marek Bachmann in as well from 3rd position. All of these cars running the same pit stop strategy. Dan Harper, we know, has recently rejoined the race.
So am I correct in saying Ricardo Fella's actually done the whole of this race so far? It's now going to be Kim Louis Schramm that takes over that lead car?
Yes. That would be a fair shout. And Fella's actually named against another Audi in the field as well. He could, should he want to, drive the 33 car collection car as well. So in comes Bachmann. I'm also expecting Vincent Kolb to come in, who took over from Frank Stippler after 7 laps.
Right, Bachmann's in, yeah.
Yeah. And Kolb a bit further back now. He dropped behind Dan Harper, although Harper's true position isn't reflected on the screen just yet, because Dan's just rejoined the race after that car, the junior team,
rejoined the race after Neil Verhagen's done the first 2-hour stint in it, hasn't he? Yeah.
And here comes Vincent Kolb, as I expected as well. So this was always going to be the busier lap at the end of lap 15 into pit lane. Remember, we had something like 11 cars, I think, stopping after 7 laps, and they have all now done, those cars have all now done 8 laps on this current stint. So again, it's going to have to be a kind of hold your breath when the Scherer Sport Audi and the Maxime Martin BMW are released potentially at exactly the same time. Remember, about an hour ago, we had an almost T-bone in the pit lane. And that is no longer Maxime Martin at the wheel of the 99. That was Dries Van Toor. So it would really further emphasise my theory that they've deliberately retired the 98 car.
Yeah.
So that they could get Dries out, he could have a bit of rest, and now he can get on board the 99 and take that over from Maxime Martin. There's always the option to plug Maxime into the 98 car later on, but it will be nowhere. So it's all about, for Rover now, it is all about this 99 car in terms of race winners. Strange, isn't it? But maybe they'd intended to do that from the off.
Yeah, and we just got the Ferraris into the pit as well. We haven't mentioned that. It's running in 11th, was it? Or was it? Oh, that's my timing screen. No, it is. Krumbach, the Rinaldi Racing 296.
Yeah, Jochen Krumbach. The second of two 296s, making their first appearance in the NLS Championship. We did, of course, see Ferrari 296s at the Daytona 24 hours at the end of January, which was the opening round of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. More 296s in action at Sebring today as well, because it is the 2023 edition of the Sebring 12 hours, again live on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. John Einoff mentioning yesterday that actually this race, our race today, only overlaps the 12 hours by about an hour. Live coverage over on RS2 IMSA Radio today, with the Michelin Countdown to Green beginning in about 15 minutes.
Kim-Louis Schramm has indeed taken the wheel of the lead number 16 Shearer Sport Audi. Vantor, as you said, it's out in the 99 car. We've now got Markovits in the number 11 Mercedes. It's Marcel Markovits, you say, taken over from Bachmann.
Yeah, so Bachmann out and new driver into the Schnitzelarm Racing car, number 11, so that is Marcel Markovits. And again, they've decided to roughly split the race into 50% chunks. But
now my screen's just updated. I had Vincent Colbert at the wheel of the number 5 Shearer Sport car, and it's just literally changed front of it. Now Stifler.
Yeah, who started that car.
Yeah.
So they are choosing to do single stints for their drivers, as opposed to the 16, where it was a double for Ricardo Feller, and now Kim-Louis Schramm has taken that car over, most likely to the finish. So Shearer Sport Audi leading the way from Rover Racing BMW. Shearer with an advantage now in that they've still got 2 cars in the reckoning, whereas Rover Racing have essentially decided to take one of their machines out of the mix. We might see the 98 car in the closing stages, but it will be many laps down. Maxime Martin not too flustered by this. I'm sure this was always part of the plan from the Rover Racing crew. And he's just handed his car over to Dries Vantor, who now sets off driving the 99 car for the first time today. But his eye's already in. I suppose that's another advantage. He knows what the track is like in certain places. He knows the current conditions. He's had the necessary rest period, but he's already warmed up. Not that you really need to warm Dries Vantor up, frankly. He can.
Well, exactly. It's plug and play, isn't it? We've got a code 60 just approaching the carousel, Johnny, and that's for a Valkenhorst car. It's actually not the one you think it's going to be. It's their entry. They've got 191. It's an M4 GT4 car.
Okay.
That appears to have stopped on the left-hand side going into the carousel. So that's an SP10 car.
They've got a nice mix of cars actually in the entry. 2 of SP9 Pro, so they are both BMW M4 GT3s. There's the GT4 that you've just talked about, which is car number 191. And then, completely out of left field, they have a Hyundai i30N for the 466 crew. So VT2 front-wheel drive for Valkenhorst Motorsports and their Hyundai i30. Meanwhile, the 511 BMW working its way through the Mercedes arena. And that car, last time I checked, was still leading its class. Heading now towards the cut-through section of the circuit. But still the 16 car of now Kim Louis Schramm shown at the top of our timing screen. And the fight continues, therefore, between Audi and BMW in this opening encounter in the NLS for 2023. Schramm versus Vantor, Dries, Marcel Markovits in third position, Frank Stippler being plugged back into the number 5 Phoenix car, and Kelvin van der Linde in car 27. Pursuing everybody else. That's the apt Sportsline Lamborghini Huracan number 27 that he shares with Marco Mappelli. Those leading cars now out in the countryside, probably not too far away from hitting the Dottinger Hohe for the 16th time. Yeah, they're in that long fourth sector, which takes just over 3 minutes to complete. And then we'll see them back again. And there's every chance still with certain areas of the circuit affected, particularly the approach to the Caracciolo Carousel. Got that yellow flag area into a code 120, the code 60s, then before the right-hander. The concreted area of the carousel is under green flags now. So it's almost as if that initially affected area is just creeping back towards the code 60, and the code 60 is moving closer to the start line, inching its way towards the start line as more and more of the repairs take place. There is still at least one intervention vehicle in situ, and I reckon the 102 car remains stopped at the scene of the carousel, which is, well, if that is car 102, that's one of the Porsches that was embroiled in something like a 5-way scrap within the Porsche GT3 Cup category, Snowy.
That's a shame.
To take one of those out of the mix, 100%. Renault Megane down pit lane and ticking off another pit stop there.
Interesting, we just got a tweet actually. Thank you for Ian McCarthy. He's very kindly put up to yourself and I, Johnny, that the team's Instagram, this being Rover Racing, of backing up your thoughts on the number 98 car, getting their ducks in a row. What they've posted up is a nice photograph of their two cars, and it says P2 box, car 99, car 98, and it has a legend on it. Number 8 in the box to make a driver change possible.
I see.
There you go.
Yep.
So it's official from the team.
Yep.
You heard it first here. Johnny Palmer was right again.
Well, the only other way of doing it would be to open the doors of each car on the Dottinger Hohe, and one driver jump from the right to the left and the other left to the right. But
so mid-race driver change, unlike like mid-air refueling, but on a sort of less altitude.
I'd love to see it done. It doesn't sound entirely safe.
I'm not sure I want to participate. I have to say, there's many things on track I've done and would like to do, but that's not one of them. Okay, it's not. You're not selling it to me here. I've got to say, Palmer.
No, and I can't remember if there's anything in the regulations that says that one driver can do the whole race.
Well, I don't think you can, because.
I mean, that's 4 hours without a rest period.
Certainly under an FIA sanctioned event, you're not allowed to do more than 3 hours.
Yeah.
Without at least an hour's break.
Yeah.
So.
And in the Creventic Championship, the 24H series, once you've done, let's say, a 2-hour stint, you then need to take 50% of that time as a rest period.
And there's also a pragmatic view that on a driver change on the Dottinger Hohe, then also how the drivers do the belt stop.
Yeah. Indeed. So.
Our esteemed producer Tim Gray just asked that question, quite rightly. He's stealth, you see. He sits in the background and just keeps quiet and makes the obvious comments whilst we get excited. That's what he's for.
Dries Vantor.
He's not listening to me.
Dries Vantor had some rest. Let's hope that he's had enough rest to be able to now take that car to the finish. Meantime, Luca Engstler is still displayed at the top of the shop, but that car has made a pit stop, 33. Or has it? Now let's just check. That car's just completed 16 laps. No, that is a legitimate race lead for the 33 machine. I was thinking that car had since been into the pits, but it stopped at the end of lap, I want to say 14, so a lap before everybody else. Let's just see whether I can pull that out of some of the other data being beamed into us. So Engstler is actually 3 laps in to his current stint. So we had Dennis Marshall pitting after 5 laps. He then pitted again after 7, and Engstler's now 3 laps in. So again, because they were able to turn that car collection Audi round more quickly in a shorter stop than Shearer Sport, it's the car collection Audi now that is ahead, as looking for a way by on the inside is the number 34 Kuba Gimasiak BMW M4. Rover Racing BMW in 4th position in the M4 GT3. And still Audi's 1st and 2nd. Should now have the correct timing screen. There are 2 running consecutively.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, one sits at 8 laps completed and goes no further. But there is another one that is up to 16 laps, which is just about where we are in reality. That's more helpful, isn't it?
Somewhat, yes. Yes. I think it's called, did they classify that real time?
Yeah.
Yes. As opposed to half time at 8 laps.
As opposed to
16.
half time,
Yes.
indeed. I mean, it's a good reference to know where we were at the end of the first pit stop cycle, but don't start calling cars in that order. But every credit to Car Collection here, because they are not necessarily running the typical strategy. None of those stints have been to the maximum of 8 laps, but if you cut short each stint by a lap, you are going to gain time on those cars nearest to you on the timing screen. A pit stop done at the end of 7 laps can be quicker than a pit stop done at the end of 8 laps. Now, whether that continues to breed gains all the way through, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, the shorter you're going in the early and middle part of the race, the earlier you're going to have to pit then for the final stop. And that's where the big loss can creep in. 70 minutes from the flag, remember. Your final pit stop is governed by how long of the races there is to go, rather than the laps you've just completed.
So just looking at the regulations, we mentioned it's about FIA races, you can't do more than 3 hours. I know this isn't an FIA race, it's an exemption, it's DMSB, but the just found the regulation bit for you, which is exciting, isn't it? How the winter nights fly by, eh? Races on the NLS with a duration of 4 hours. You can have 1, 2, 3 or 4 drivers per car, no more, so 1, yeah. 6-hour races, then at least 2, but also 3, 4, and the driver may be entered for a maximum of 2 cars at the same event.
Okay.
So you can't do a 3rd car.
No.
So that sort of answers that. So that's exactly what Rover have done there. Although still not quite sure why. You would say enter 2 cars. You're immediately sacrificing 1.
Yeah, but they may not have made the decision as to which car they keep at the sharp end until we're deeper into the race. So they both started so fast out of the traps. You remember, was it Van Tor who began in 7th position and was very nearly leading the race? And then when you get to the end of the first stint, that's when probably the decision is made. Do we stick with the 99 or the 98? When the 98 came in after only 6 laps on its 2nd stint, that's when I thought something was off, either with the car or with their strategy. And it was pre-arranged, clearly, to do that. But not necessarily with one dedicated car.
Under these rules, you can do a maximum of 4 hours, then you must take a 1 hour break. But
that would be the end of the race.
Well, exactly.
So that's fine.
Yeah, exactly. But driving time is considered to be the time in which a driver participates continuously in the race without a break of at least 1 hour. Pit stops refueling, repair times, or stops for technical reasons during a race are considered as part of the driving time.
Okay. Yeah. It's a chance to qualify 2 cars and therefore get twice the amount of data. Also, you know, the early stages of the race is when things are pretty interesting in terms of the track gaining grip. It's evolving slowly, so and I still wonder whether we might see the 98 car in the closing stages as well. It will no longer be in the reckoning, but it's a chance when you've only got 2 drivers at your disposal. It's still a chance to run 2 cars for some period of the race. You're not going to get a result with both, but twice the amount of data with only 2 pilots. So I can see the reasons why a team might do it. Nobody else in the field has chosen to attack the race like that, though. Meanwhile, it's still the 33 car of Car Collection out front for Luca Engstler. We're now waiting for him to burst back onto the Dottinger Hohe after some strong sector times here. He was quicker through the first and the third sectors than Kim Louis Schramm in car number 16, their R8 LMS. And another thing that got my attention was that the brand new Ferrari 296 GT3 being run by Wochenspiegel Team Monschau, Daniel Kylwitz has just done the best Sector 1 time of the race so far. So clearly that Ferrari 296, the brand new car for 2023, is not short on pace because it's just done one of the best sector times of anybody. And the balance of performance clerk will be concentrating on that to make sure that the Ferrari's not getting too much of an advantage over everybody else. Just drawn attention
to itself, hasn't it?
Well, that's the danger, yeah. I'm back to 8 laps completed on my timing screen.
Same here. I'm glad it's not just me.
No, it's not.
I thought it was me being inept again. For once it isn't. Yay.
16 laps on another screen that I've managed to find. Have you tried the Azure website's live timing? That's always quite useful, because Engstler, Schramm, Gmasiak and Vantor are all now onto the Dottinger Hohe. In fact, the race leader, Luca Engstler, appears back onto the main start-finish straight. There is still drizzle in the air in certain areas of the valley, I would say. Grand Prix track looks dry as a bone. I just wonder whether there's a bit of dampness here and there to contend with underneath the trees, perhaps around Flansgarten and Ice Curver. Over the line, though, will go the number 33 car for Luca Engstler. This is the car that was started by Dennis Marshall. It has Ricardo Feller against its name as well, but remains to be seen whether Feller will get a chance to drive it. He might do the final stint, I suppose, but he's already done a double in the Scherer Sport Phoenix Audi. So not only split loyalties regarding 2 different cars, but split loyalties in terms of teams as well. One customer team to another, potentially for Ricardo Feller in one race. There's the Schnitzelarm car, turning right, being driven by Marcel Markowitz, and in 5th position behind 2 Audis, Car Collection and Phoenix, and then the Kuba Gmasiak driven Falkenhorst Motorsport BMW M4. Best Porsche still only as high as 8th place for Christian Engelhardt, the Dynamic GT crew with their 911 GT3R, and it's the Manthey Grello liveried Thomas Preining driven 911 in 9th spot. Preining back at the wheel of that car, having taken back over then from Marco Holzer, and 911 are another crew that are just single stinting their drivers rather than doing doubles. I suppose if you're single stinting drivers, you've always got to think about, well, I'm out at this point and we're putting a new driver in, so it automatically means that pit stops are busier, doesn't it, rather than doing 2 and then 2. But it keeps each driver fresh, I suppose. Frank Stippler did an hour. He had an hour off, and now he's back into the number 5 car, currently running in 7th position behind Daniel Harper.
Now, there was an onboard I didn't expect to be able to talk about.
Yeah.
Looking into the cab of one of the ADAC flatbed recovery trucks, because the camera is actually inside the 102 911 Porsche of Identica Black Falcon. The camera's still running. It's looking out quite literally at the back of the cab. It's not a view you expect to see from a race car during on-track session.
Ben Bunagel, who was properly in the mix of a really good Cup 2 Porsche battle. His car, along with 3 others, all duking it out. And then there was the number 25 Hubert car as well. But now, whether something awry has happened, perhaps some contact, because they were running at such close quarters. So I can certainly imagine something's gone slightly wrong as they've reached the base of the carousel. Car 25 is still running. Not the... Oh, yeah, Combe Ledigar in the 25 Huber Racing 911 GT3R, which is entered as a Pro-Am car. Ledigar, though, probably just about the quickest drivers in that combination. And he's trying to hunt down the Pro-Am leader in SP9, Felipe Fernandez Larza, in their Ferrari 296 GT3. So we've got Ferrari versus Porsche versus Mercedes in SP9 Pro-Am. And they're running 23rd, 24th and 25th positions. 17 laps done. Luca Engstler leading from Kim Louis Schramm in the number 16 Scherer Audi. Kuba Gamaziak in the number 34 BMW M4, leading a similar M4 from Rover Racing, but it's at the moment Valkenhorst Motorsport with the advantage in BMW land. There's really not much between those two cars, but what, 0.6 of a second separate Gamaziak from Vantor. Pretty fraught here in the Cup 3 world as well. The 960 Avia car just losing the lead there to the 959 car. So these are all Cayman 718s, and Eichenberg now ahead in the blue and white machine.
He's got an advantage being a Porsche 959, isn't he?
Very good, yeah. That's the difference. Heiko Eichenberg, no one's quite cottoned onto that performance differential.
Hey, you can get away with it, keep going. It's fine. It's only cheating when you're caught.
So down the hill they go on the Grand Prix circuit. The nice thing for Avia is that they're certainly not out of the reckoning, but for the first time, as I remember it anyway, they have lost the lead to Heiko Eichenberg, the man from Fritzlar, who is bronze rated.
Is that the Ferrari I see on the chart coming down the inside of the Pro Sport S and into turn 1, I think, on the pit straight, Johnny?
So that was that the WTM car, or
I think the WTM.
Yeah, or was it in Fricadelli colours?
Good job, head on top, didn't see enough of it. It's just out of sight now.
Meanwhile, the 333 car into pit lane, one of many Porsche Cayman 982s. So this is the SP3.
You're right, sorry, it was
leader.
Larza. Sorry, it was Larza. Folly, it's going past Dumouriez. My apologies.
So Larza in the
296
Fricadelli car, yes.
See, I said it then, the Fricadelli Porsche, because it's synonymous, isn't it? Sorry, Fricadelli Ferrari.
Daniel Kylvitz is in the other 296, and Daniel has already pulled out the best Sector 1 time of anybody. Now, whether that's been bettered since I checked, I will attempt to drill down into a few more facts and figures to work that out. But, yeah, 105.5 still stands as the best Sector 1 time. So produced from a brand new car. Kylvitz is really hustling on. More yellow flags, this time at the Kleiner carousel. So Schwalbenschwanz, Swallow's Tail, where the second concrete strip is on this amazing circuit. And 17 laps in, we've got yellow flags at Marshall Post 182. Not getting worse than that just yet. It's a spin and continue, I reckon, from a as yet unidentified car, but we're already back to green at Schwalbenschwanz, so that's good news for cars in that fourth and penultimate sector. The Valkenhorst and Rover Racing BMWs queuing up now behind Kim Louis Schramm. 0.5 of a second, 0.6 of a second, with a very small deficits between third, fourth and fifth places cars as we began this lap. And now the Grello car of Thomas Preining looking to waste no time at all on the exit of Flansgarten, or heading out of Brünchen and down towards Flansgarten. That's the point where the cars briefly leave the ground, all four tyres up in the air for a couple of seconds. And he'll be heading to Schwalbenschwanz in a moment or two. But thankfully, just in time, it looks like on my screen, those yellow flags are now withdrawn.
Yeah, I think so.
What about this?
I was just going to
Third,
say,
fourth and fifth,
yeah,
all together. In fact, no, second, third and fourth.
Third, fourth, yeah, exactly, yeah. BMW, Audi. So Valkenhorst, Rover and Shearer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Might be changed that. Shearer, Audi looking to dive down the inside into turn one. Need that camera just to change position there so we can get to see that. We can't see it from our position at the moment. It's just out of sight. It's frustrating, isn't it?
Kim Louis Schramm was certainly going for a full-blooded attack there on one BMW and possibly two, as Kuba Gamaziak felt the pressure coming across the line, but it was Gamaziak who'd been on the move clearly on that lap, and Schramm was the loser, down a couple of spots.
Oh, no, but that's
and now the Schnitzelarm car is in dramas.
Suddenly, it's almost like it missed a couple of gears there. Is it? That's Marcel Markowitz at the wheel of that. He came out of turn one and just didn't pick up pace at all to the point he pulled to the right hand side immediately. It was almost as if he was struggling for a gear,
yeah,
or almost like a hydraulics loss or something. Then it picked up again, and it's back up to pace. But definitely a glitch there. I'm sure if you had a look at our sector times, that would be quite different for that car.
So the Schnitzelarm car now heading through the cut-through on the Grand Prix lap, but Mercedes Arena not treating the Mercedes particularly well there. It does appear to be back up to just about full speed. I'm waiting for the Schnitzelarm car to head through the timing loop to find out exactly how much time was lost, but a good time through the Grand Prix loop. Grand Prix track part of the Nordschleife is about a 1 minute and 6. He's lost 3 seconds, therefore, with a brief drama, 109.4, and that's lost him a significant chunk of ground on Kim Louis Schramm in the Scherer Sport Audi R8, number 16. Someone else charging on well, though, Frank Stippler on the previous lap, doing a 102 through the second sector. Nothing wrong with Daniel Karlowitz's pace either, particularly on the Grand Prix Strecke. Luca Engstler, his gap of 19.3 seconds looks a big challenge for Kuba Gamaziak to close in on, but remember, these cars are not pitting on the same laps quite yet, so Engstler, when it's time for him to make his final stop, will need to come in earlier than those chasing cars. So it will look a lot rosier for the BMW from Valkenhorst and Rover, and potentially for Scherer Sports Audi number 16 as we head into the final stint of the race. And that's the point, not before, that things will start to even out a little more. So Luca Engstler pitting, he pitted a lap before Gamaziak, didn't he? Or no, Gamaziak again is off strategy. Pitted a lap before the 99 of Vantor, who was in on lap 15. So if Engstler pitted at the end of lap 14, I would expect him in at the end of lap 22, which is in just less than 4 laps time, therefore. Gamaziak, he might have to be in as early as lap 21, judging by the fact that he pitted after just 5 laps at the start of the race. So this is looking very good right now for the third place car, I would say. And Kim Louis-Schramm's not out of it either in terms of a potential race win in the number 16 Audi after a truly mesmerising couple of stints at the start by Ricardo Feller, who's a real standout driver, particularly when Frank Stippler and Feller were in their cars at the same time. Feller was making Frank Stippler look pretty average.
Not afraid you expect to hear, is it? Somebody also not looking pretty average is Dan Harper in the junior team BMW, who's just done a sector 2, which I know it's a short sector, it's only just over a minute, but it's it set the fastest of the race so far, 102.6. We're looking at more like 103s, 104s for that average. So on the move there a little bit, young Dan Harper in 6th position at the moment. It's BMW's looking quite strong so far in this race, but still there's Audi's out at the front. The first one out at the front there, Engsler.
Yeah. Arjun Maini, I just noticed a bit further down in his Mercedes AMG, car number 6, which is the entry from Haupt Racing Team. So the Indian sharing with Hubert Haupt himself and Jordan Love of Perth, Australia. Here comes the 17 Skylux Aston Martin, the only SP9 all-AM driver lineup. And that car thunders its way over the line with Dumoulin at the wheel. So this is at least, I think, a second stint for Guillaume Dumoulin in the Pro Sport Racing entry. GT3 car. They have run SP8T Astons in the past as well, so GT4 with the turbocharged engine, the 4-litre turbocharged engine. Another pit stop for a Cayman, which may well be the Moulmer car. No, beg your pardon, it's the 959, which must have come in then from the lead of the Cup 3 class. And Heiko Eichenberg, who was battling away with the 960 of Rauer, and Rauer has not pitted on this lap, whereas Eichenberg has. So again, you can't necessarily read that battle as being fair for both sides, or not fair, but being equal on both sides, because they're pitting at slightly different points. And if their final pit stops are going to be at different times, that will definitely favour the later stopper. So Rauer remaining in the race for Avia Zorg Rennsport. We'll see the 960 car in probably next time around for Marius Rauer, sharing with Moritz Oberheim and Finn Zulau. Cup 3 set to go.
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle.
Auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zu NLS.
It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer for our second, another day of action after it being so busy at Sebring with the Super Sebring event taking place. FIA World Endurance Championship coverage all week and the race itself yesterday. It's the Sebring 12 hours, beginning, by the way, on RS2 IMSA Radio in just 10 minutes' time. Peter and I would love you to stick with us and the remaining stages of the NLS race before you jump over to RS2. Or if your brain's very clever, maybe you can have an earphone in on one side bringing you NLS coverage and on the other side bringing IMSA. That's exactly what Tim Gray, our executive producer, is doing. Really just concentrating on whether one's fallen off air, though. I'm not sure he's taking much in from either side.
That was very much that's what I do all the time.
Oh yeah, it's normal.
If your brain's, but it's just like it's my job. It's what he does.
Why do you have two ears? Says Tim.
Very well. So there you go.
Well, it makes sense.
Nailed it again.
Indeed. On to lap 20 we are now.
Now, a couple of wipers running again on Tiergarten. Just notice. Maybe it's not the stall. It's on an intermittent wipe on that.
Every time I catch sight of Tiergarten and Owen Ryan, the headlights that have come on now on the 498 Sirocco, just picking up a bit of grease, maybe on the track surface, just some dampness here and there. It might be more in the atmosphere than actual rain. But yeah, the wipers are still going on 498. One of the Cupras just up ahead of it, that is car 808, which will be from one of the turbo classes. Car 808 is in the TCR division, actually, so yes, turbocharged, strictly speaking. And the Utch-driven TCR car heading into the Mercedes arena now. Meantime, have we got another Code 60 out on track? Or
no?
Yeah, that. Go on.
So the screen's back.
Oh, good.
Main timing's back for you.
Don't just point at things; it confuses me. You pointed at the purple strip at the top of our timing screen, which is normally Code 60.
No, that was my code to phone home.
I see.
I was actually trying to say.
Right.
I thought I was ordering coffee.
Makes sense now. We've been trying. Okay, so yes, we can tell you. Well, this screen over here, this side of our global broadcast centre, has been relatively reliable, but it's not quite as colourful as yours. So yours is all automatically
So
more
are you
attractive.
suggesting that's some kind of metaphor, that I'm more colourful but less reliable?
You could read that.
Don't go there, Palmer.
into yeah, certainly. The Avia car 960 is into pit lane. Quite a few other cars from the middle classes are pitting as well from start Group 2. We're still waiting though for Luca Engsler to begin this latest run down the Dottinger Hoor. He'll do that in the next couple of minutes. And then we will get another real-time gap without a pit stop for the race leader. That gap is coming down. It was 19 seconds not so long back, timed at 16.8 seconds at the start of this lap between Engsler and Gamasiak. And how about things in Cup 2? Again,
These Porsches
side by side.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. It's 1, 2, 2. Is it Team Young, KOS, that one? 1, 2, 4, sorry. So it's 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 4 together. So Norna Motorsport teammates together, battling it out. And just adding to the mix there, we have 107 Team Mattol Racing. So we had a 5-car way there, which were only 4 which are the same class. And that was about half an hour ago, 20 minutes ago. And we've still got 3 of them at it.
Wonderful to witness that. Nico Otto involved. So it's Peter Terting in the 1, 2, 3. Reinhard Koffler in car 107. Just a bit further up the road in the 100 car is Nico Otto. Con Leidegar's not very far away either, and even though he's not in a Cup 2 Porsche, he was getting, or that car was getting stuck in a couple of laps ago, number 25. Tim Scheerbart now back at the wheel of the 120 Cup 2 car, and that's the one that is well ahead of the otherwise intense battle in Cup 2. So quite possibly going the way of the Scheerbart and who else was in the 120 car? Briefly forgotten. It is Paul Harkema, and they look like a very strong lineup to be stretching their legs over everyone else, but the rest of the podium positions yet to be decided. 20 laps done. Leaders back across the line and into the Mercedes arena. And it's Luca Engsler not with this gaggle, because instead Gamasiak's fallen now behind Dries Vanthoor and Kim Louis Schramm. Now, Gamasiak was ahead of Schramm as they crossed the line, but the black BMW has fallen behind the blue and white Audi and fallen back to 4th position.
We've got a yellow flag for the moment. It hasn't gone to a code 60 yet. It's a yellow flag code 120 currently. And this is for a stricken Cayman on one of the fastest parts of the circuit, just out of Flansgarden, heading down to Schwalbenstein. And that's the 977, not 917, 977 Kramer Racing Cayman GT4 from that class, which is left wing Cayman. That's Cup 3 cars, of course. That has indeed now gone to. Oh, I'm saying that thing has gone to a code. It has gone to a code 60 as I speak. Yeah.
So even slower, and that's quite a chunk of the track that is affected now, from the exit of Brunchen to beyond the jump at Flansgarten. Brunchen
now on
2
board,
now on the yellows as well.
Number 4, Kramer. So Kramer, that's the Kramer Porsche. The Falcon Porsche with Martin Ragnar, and there's definitely need for wipers on the windscreen there. As it comes down the Dottinger Hoer, we've seen a couple of cars run their wipers. We weren't sure. This one isn't, but the in-car footage on board definitely showing more than a few spots on the screen on that Porsche, to say the least. So very wisely though, just at the moment though, noticing they haven't put the wiper on it just yet. And of course, one of the worst things you can do is put your wiper on too early as a driver, simply because it may just pass, particularly somewhere like here. If it's not enough to need to clear the screen, drive through it, because you get all sorts of detritus on the screen, oil, bits and bobs. Flip the wiper on thinking of getting rid of that water, and actually just make it 10 times worse. So
it just starts to smear everywhere, doesn't it?
Whole thing, just leave it. And yeah, as any decent team engineer will tell you in no uncertain terms, often throwing in Anglo-Saxon, or if you drove quick enough, the screen would clear anyway.
It's a good point.
It disperses. It's been explained to me a few times.
Some of these GT3 cars have big tear-offs, don't they, as well? So if you can keep going to the next pit stop, with a bit of luck, the team will actually tear the whole windscreen.
Now,
piece
98
off.
has been wheeled out. This is the Rover BMW, has been rolled out of the pit and looks almost as if it's going to go back into the race. Exactly as predicted by the gentleman to my left.
Yes.
About a good hour and a half ago.
Well, I kind of see why. I think why not?
Have you done this before?
You've got a wonderful Rover Racing BMW here that's been prepared by a mightily experienced team.
Mate, half the chance I've been in the pit lane, I'd get in it.
Of course you would. Of course you would. But they haven't quite got enough drivers this weekend. Only 2 for 2 cars. And it's very difficult to do a driver change when both cars remain out on track. So they have decided to rather compromise the run of the 98 in favour of a much more friendly driver change from Maxime Martin to Dries Van Toor.
I've got to say, I think that's potential for statement of the weekend. It's very. You've got 2 drivers and 2 cars. It's very difficult to do a driver change if both are out on track at the same time. That's classic. That's brilliant.
I mean, that's something that stood out to me when I printed
pragmatic, but
I printed the entry list off last night and thought, that's not going to work, is it?
I'm just so sad. I nearly messaged you to say, do you think there's something missing here? And I thought, no, it just looks sad.
It'll be fine. Yeah. Well, the 98 car, I still think stands a very good chance of winning this race. And if they can get the car that has remained in the whole of the race to the top step of the podium and a bit of mileage for the other car, then it's win-win. Won't be a 1-2 finish. They'll want a 1-2 finish in May, come the 24 hours. And that's the idea at this stage of the season, is drawing as much data as possible from as few resources as you have possibly got. And I mean, the other thing to think about is, with a massive meeting happening at Sebring in Florida, are Rover Racing down a couple of drivers because of that, and therefore having to run their programme on limited scraps? That rather is insulting to Dries Van Toor and Maxime Martin, who are supersonic drivers, of course, and they are very, very grateful to have their services at least this weekend. Dries Van Toor getting more and more used to the M4, whereas Maxime Martin has done plenty of mileage behind the wheel of that particular car. Kuba Gamaziak's Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW in 3rd position. I'm expecting that car to pit at the end of this lap. Enxler should be able to go for an extra lap. We are now at the top of another race hour, though. Top of a clock hour 2, 3 p.m. at the Nürburgring, with more action on the Dottinger Hohe. At least one car having to be recovered here in the latter stages of the Dottinger Hohe, just before Antonius Bucher. But less than 60 minutes to go now. And we're just getting word that a slow zone at the Stefan Beloff S has been upgraded to a code 60. So upgraded, not necessarily to a slower speed, but Marshal Post 177 now has a code 60 as well. That area is expanding a little towards Schwabenschwanz from Flansgarten. Meantime, the flags on the Dottinger Hohe have been taken back in again. They were briefly covering that slow-moving flatbed truck. The 120 Avia Porsche that leads Cup 2, turning right at turn number 1. Tim Scheerbart in the Avia W&S Motorsport 911 GT3. Now, what is the gap back to Nico Otto in the Max Cruiser racing car? It's 8.4 seconds. We know that the Cup 2 cars can do quite a bit more than an hour, maybe 70 minutes. So they should, by my reckoning, be okay to the finish, assuming they've been back timing those cars and they've done their stops now. You know, once you get to 70 odd minutes, best to get the car in. Well, actually, in these rules, it's better to pit as late as possible. So maybe we have still got Cup 2 pit stops to look forward to. Let's just have a little look on the data screen for that class to see what the latest is there. He says, pulling up data from last night's 1,000-mile race. If I click that, then we should therefore get information on where the Cup 2s sit. The last pit stop for Tim Shearbart was, it was fairly recently, so I'm going to say that 120 will be good to the finish, but time will tell. Nico Otto, his car's made 2 stops. Tim Shearbart, 2 stops. Might be a stretch to make a Cup 2 car work all the way to the finish on only 2 visits to the pit lane. So maybe a splash to get them through the final half an hour in these leading Cup 2 machines. And here's another one of those cars with the bright yellow wheels. So car 107, Reinhard Koffler, trying to hunt down Peter Terting and Nico Otto in the Mühlner Motorsport and Max Cruiser Racing cars, respectively. Another Code 60, Martin Ragginger arriving there now in his number 4 Falcon Porsche.
Yeah, just looking at that once again on board with that Martin Ragginger, they're just flexing his fingers and muscles and resting his wrists for a minute there. Actually, you mentioned about the tear off on those cars, and it looks on closer inspection there, it looks more like that mess on the screen. Really, it's just detritus from racing. It's not actually rain. It hasn't changed.
Okay.
That's why it's a little wide on it. Just a quick thing, as you mentioned, what I call the aggregator or the table. Yes. Just remember, new for 2023 this season, Johnny, is that Cup 2 and Cup 3 used to have to run a minimum pit time thing. Now they run off the table like everybody else.
Okay.
It was different before.
Yep. So again, for Cup 2, the closer you pit towards the end of the check,
and 3, it now applies to them as well.
To the checkered flag.
It didn't prior to this season.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's something to pay close attention to. As I expected, Kuba Gamasiak's come in the number 34 Volkenhorst BMW. This will be the final stop then for that crew. The BMW Junior Team's M4, driven by Daniel Harper still. The one driver we haven't had in that car then is Max Hesse. And when that car makes its final stop, I'm expecting Max to take over. 21 laps completed. Engstler in on this lap as well. So that will leave Dries Van Tor now out front. He should be able to push on until 23 laps to go. Sorry, 23 laps done, and about 5 or 6 laps still to go at that point. So again, this is where the pendulum starts to swing and favour those cars that can stay out for as long as possible now on the remaining fuel that is in the tanks. The WTM Monschau car heading now into Hohenrhein. Brand new Ferrari 296. There is a different engine note to that car now compared to the 488. Still turbocharged, of course, and still looks very Ferrari, but it is significantly different though too. Different enough for us to spot that it's the brand new car. There are no, he says, searching the entry list, there are no 488s in today's race, are there? No. So we've got the 290s, the two 296s. There's the brand new machines, one for WTM and one for Frickadelli. Car 22 is the better placed of those two. Still Daniel Kylwitz going strongly in 15th position. And he's only about 11 seconds away from Martin Ragginger's Falcon Motorsports Porsche, his 911 GT3R. 3 cars in from the middle section of the timing screen. Sven Muller's pitted in the Falcon Motorsports car. Christian Engelhardt also in the Dynamic GT Porsche 911. And Arjun Maini pits in his Haupt Racing Team Mercedes AMG. The earlier race leader, Car Collections Audi, has been taken over by Ricardo Feller. So remember that double stint that Feller did in the number 16 Audi? He has now changed to a completely different customer team within the Audi world, to Car Collection. And the Swiss will complete the race. He will have had a busy afternoon with a double at the start and a single at the end.
I mean, there's one thing changing from one car to another within inter-team, but
yeah,
to change to a different team, that's Well, it's the same type of car, so
True.
controls are similar.
He's not started the race in an Audi and he's finishing it in a BMW. I'm not sure that would be allowed somehow from either manufacturer. 99 is Dries van Tor, and he now leads the race then from Kim Louis Schramm. Both of those cars will be pitting, not at the end of this lap, but they should be able to go on to lap 23. By the end of 23, they'll be making a very late stop.
The 34 Volcanoes are swapped already because Mazek's back in that, isn't he?
Yes. Maziak, he has just gone out of the pits. He brought the car in, though, to the pits as well. We haven't seen another driver in 34 for a little while now, so this will be the second part of a double for Polish driver Gamaziak. Andy Souček started the car and probably did a double stint. So again, Souček in for stints 1 and 2, Gamaziak for 3 and 4. It's a different approach from the number 5 Audi crew, who have favoured single stints for both Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb. So I'd expect when the number 5 Audi comes in for the final time, Frank Stippler will get out again and Vincent Kolb will bring the car to the finish. Only 51 minutes left on the clock now, and the longer it takes for the cars to pit, the shorter time they need to spend in the pits. There's a massive ding in the side of the Schnitzelalm BMW there, the treble 6 car. That's their own fault for running as 666. They've had some bad luck there with the Harnum cam driven Schnitzelalm racing car that runs second in the BMW 240i's, ahead of the sister machine of Kieslich running 665. So the class in 240i is led by Yannick Fubrich in his Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 240i, and it's the Schnitzelalm cars at the moment completing the provisional podium. The guy in 4th position, which is the 660 BMW, still within touching range of changing those spots, and that would be for the Smearlis racing crew. Rexhausen driving car 660. So still plenty for us to be keeping our eyes peeled for here, including race leader Dries van Tor, not very far away from heading on to the Dottinger Hoor for the 22nd time. And he will lead by 2.5, maybe 3 seconds over Kim Louis Schramm. It depends on the average lap times or the average sector times for Kim Louis in the Schura Sport Audi this time through. But actually, Schramm in the early part of this current lap was catching Dries van Tor on that Grand Prix Strecker, half a second gained through the first sector. Fella falling back into the mixture now. We must remember that that's not the same Fella car as number 16 that he started. Car Collection have enjoyed some time at the sharp end. I don't think now, because they've had to pit early, that they can necessarily win this race, but we'll wait and see.
It's a big ask from there, isn't it?
Because it's fallen back through the pack. Now, bear in mind, these two cars have still yet to stop for their final pit stop. And they shouldn't be coming in this time around. Out of Hohenrhein appears Dries van Tor now. And Kim Louis Schramm right behind him. It's a gap of less than a second. And we've had 3 hours and nearly 12 minutes of the race. 0.7 of a second, the battle between the top two, Snowy.
It's extraordinary how your mind works, isn't it? You said Dries van Tor appears on the screen now, looking at a BMW, thinking, why is he talking about Dries van Tor's in a BMW? Because he's driving one. Yep. You're absolutely right, but we just haven't got there again. It's like saying fricadella and adding Ferrari, not Porsche. My brain will catch up. Not quite sure at what point in the season. Hopefully the 24 hours.
Round 7?
Yeah.
Round 8? What about November?
Oh, you're a tough audience, Paul.
No. Well, you've got until May, I reckon, to fully associate these new manufacturers with drivers that have been competing.
They're not new manufacturers, they're just new teams.
New manufacturers for these specific drivers, yes. They are. But no, I have heard of BMW from a few
They've been
years
around
back.
a while.
They have. Down the hill they go then through the really fast right-hander at it's the Bogan right-hander, isn't it? And then into the Vidal, or it used to be called the Vidal chicane. Over the rise into Sabina Schmidt's curve. Hatson back once again for Rover Racing's BMW. Dries Vanthoor, Kim Louis Schramm doing the chasing. About 40 seconds back from this duo is Frank Stippler in a similar liveried Audi from Scherer Sport Phoenix. That one with the red door mirrors, but the blue and white colours again. Schnitzelarm Racing, remember they had a brief drama on the Grand Prix track which lost them about 3 or 4 seconds. Car seemed to die briefly, but it's running again now.
I've got a view on that. In the meantime, we've just got 5th, 6th and 7th in, which is Harper Twining and Stoltz, BMW, Porsche and Mercedes. They're all to the pits now, and Engelhardt. There was something, I'll look at this a little bit further off air for the next round, but it's not the first car to have done it, but that's just around Mercedes. When you come out of turn 1 there, over on the right hand side, there is very much marked on the track, almost, there's a box on white lines, but almost penalty area. And it's not the first car, there's a Cayman we've gone into that and deliberately almost driven into it on the right hand side, as if I said you're missing a gear, but you've deliberately taken away and slowed, gone to the end of that box and come out again. And it's, I may be creating something that isn't there, but it's not the only car to have done it this race, and I'm not the only person to have noticed it.
Formula E have sort of, is it like called an activation zone?
Yeah,
or
it's exactly like that.
Like a joker lap.
It's very clear.
And they have to go to the outside of a sharp bend, don't they? And say, I've done that once a race. It slows me down, but I can tick it off.
It's almost exactly
like
because it's very clearly marked on the track, and it's a very strange thing to have on the track for no reason. So you're like, what's it there for? It may not apply to this series. You're right. It might be something else. It might be for a standing start, or who knows? But there's definitely something there. That's the highlight car that's gone into there for us. There's a Cayman done it as well.
Yeah.
And something else this race. And it's like, why are they almost deliberately putting into there? For, as you say, activating something, resetting something, and re-going. It could, of course, be absolute speculation.
Entire coincidence. Well, let's face it, this is a fairly complicated championship, so to add yet more complexities, I would be in favour of that.
Yeah.
It keeps us on our toes, but
Absolutely.
a joker lap in NLS races? I haven't seen anybody else do it, but they might be leaving it to the last possible moment. Down to the lowest part of the circuit now at Exmuller, just after Versailles. That's where you can also join the track to compete on a tourist lap once you paid your money.
So Max Hess has got into the BMW Junior car finally,
yes,
with 44 minutes to run. So a very, very short bit of running there for him. It's a lot of hanging around all day, whilst Neil Verhagen did 2 hours in that. So interesting strategy in that car. So Neil Verhagen did the first 2 hours, half the race, then half another hour and a bit, and they put Max Hess in for the last 45 minutes. As you say, he's fresh, isn't he?
yes, there is that. I mean, I suppose when you're entering with 3 drivers, one of those 3 is going to have to do a double stint, and therefore enjoy their afternoon rather more than the other 2. The real short straw is if you pick the final stint, because generally a GT3 car can do just more than an hour. So let's say you make 63, 64 minutes, and next time the car comes in will be at 127, 128 minutes, and that is eating into eventually the final hour.
Yeah.
Whereby Max Hesse only gets 45 minutes to enjoy himself around the Nürburgring, but that's the nature of it. I'm sure he'll be top of the list for a double at NLS2, if indeed we see the BMW Junior team out again. So there are, now I know I ran you through the calendar at the start of our broadcast. Is it 3 NLS races there are before we get to the 24 hours in May? Yes, 3. So there's this one and then 2 in April. There's the qualifying race at the end of April, and then we pause the NLS Championship in order to accommodate the 24-hour race. So that there are 3 effectively chances to qualify via the NLS race as well. And That's always generally how it has been done. Sometimes with only 2 VLN/NLS races before the 24 hours. The 24-hour race doesn't sit on a permanent date because it's all associated with the German holidays, bank holidays, and it syncs up with a bank holiday that will take place on a Thursday. It's often held close to Ascension Day in Germany, and this year 20th and 21st of May, so I wouldn't think, therefore, I haven't checked it, the 18th of May will be the public holiday in Germany. A chance to extend your weekend, therefore. Come to the forests for 4 days.
We actually have 2 in... yes, because it's at the very end of March, April, isn't it? So we actually have the second round is actually April Fool's Day on the 1st of April.
Okay.
So 31st and 1st.
Yes. So NLS2, the race itself takes place on the
1st of April.
Saturday the 1st of April.
1st of April, yeah.
And then NLS3, Saturday the 15th of April.
Later.
Followed by the qualifying race, probably 2 weeks after that, at the end of April. 1 week after that, only a week after that.
Yeah, because then we jump till June, there's a big gap then.
Yeah.
So we've got 24 hours in between.
So the qualifying race, is that a Saturday as well? Both days?
Both days normally, yeah.
So that will be the 22nd and 23rd, which I've already said. I've just forgotten the exact dates. The 22nd and 23rd of April, Saturday and Sunday, the very weekend after NLS3. The 99 BMW heading through a lot of traffic here. This is not the ideal run into the pits, but I am expecting the BMW to dart off to the right-hand side now, because this will be an 8-lap stint for the Rover Racing BMW that leads, and in as well to follow Dries Vanthoor down pit road. 2 abreast into the pit lane. They must be able to get down to single file surely as they hit the timing loop. That was Kim Louis Schramm, with Frank Stippler expected in about 40 seconds later. But now this is a straight fight on pit road. Both pit stops can be of equal time, remember, because there's the same amount of time to the end of the race, although it is done by seconds. So arguably Schramm arriving in the pits probably 5 seconds later might be able to be marginally quicker. Actually, I think it's done on minutes rather than seconds. So if there was a full minute between the two of them, then that would mean a quicker pit stop for car 16. It will end up, I think, with the BMW and the Audi spending pretty much exactly the same amount of time on pit road. Stippler, though, who arrives 40-odd seconds later, might be into a different minute. Let's wait and see. So this is very intense indeed. Marcel Markovits now arrives on pit lane 2 in his Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. And in what order will they appear back out onto track? We're just going to have to wait and see. But the top 4 in together. As I say, I just wonder whether Stippler and Markovits might have lucked in a little bit here and to be able to be just 2-3 seconds quicker than Vanthoor and Schramm. Let's wait and see for the answer. Paying close attention to the timing loop at the end of pit road. Remember, the Audis are about 2/3 of the way down. Stippler arrived later than Kim Louis Schramm, but they are now parked up beside one another. And the BMW's away already. Audi will follow it now. So Vanthoor rejoining at this point. Kim Louis Schramm, if anything, I think is a bit further back. They didn't do a driver change for either because they wanted to get these cars out as quickly as possible. And will the gap have come down back to Frank Stippler, which was sitting at 36 seconds, 39 to the leader as he headed into pit road. Marcel Markovits about to rejoin as well. But that's the fight out on track now between Dries Vanthoor and Kim Louis Schramm. They were separated by only 3 seconds on the route in. Visually, it's increased, I would say, to maybe 4 or 5 seconds as they head towards the cut-through on the Grand Prix Strecker. But Kim Louis Schramm's got a quick car beneath him, and he's got the best part of 38 minutes now in order to try and haul in Dries Vanthoor in the Rover BMW. Can he do it?
It's possible. It's entirely possible.
He's going to have to rely on traffic intervening, I would say. How close do you like it, though, on the run in? And look at Kim Louis Schramm. He's doing overtaking in the pit lane there because the Mercedes GT4, the SP10 car, I think, was slowing up more readily than he would have wanted.
Yeah.
And
it's typical pro driver, just maximising every little bit there, waiting to that line before he needs to be doing 60. There's a pre-line and then the 60 line. You've also got a speed indicator on the left-hand side, which is radar, which is telling you, in case your system's not working properly, whatever, it's there. It's the official figure. So you might say you're doing 60k. If you're doing 62, you're still penalised. But obviously, say that GT4 Mercedes just being a little bit cautious there and catching out the super pro behind Kim Louis Schramm, who I've got to say had fast hands there. He said at least to jink left and use a little bit of. Not often that you use the curbing in the pit lane to avoid a car in front, but great didn't collect the back of that car.
well, indeed. And yes, speed limit is one thing, but you know, will overtaking effectively in the pit lane entry road be frowned upon by the race steward? I suppose if it's not been talked about in the driver's briefing, then it's okay to do it. And if he didn't breach the speed limit, because the line was further down from where the overtaking was taking place.
Exactly so, an extenuating circumstances there that he hasn't breached, he hasn't actually overtaken, he's pulled up alongside to avoid an incident. So, so you avoided, it's a safety issue. That's what I would argue with, naturally.
It's very easy to argue that after the case. I mean, at the point, I'm sure he wanted to be past that Mercedes, so he had a clear line of sight of where Share Sport Phoenix were based in the pit lane. Not that he probably muscle memory would take him there, but it'll be interesting to see whether we get messages on screens about something being under investigation. But Schramm sent back into the race, looking for the gaps now. He spent longer in the pit lane because the first sector took the BMW of Dries van Toort 2 minutes 58.6, and it was a 3 minutes 1.0 for the Kim Louis Schramm Audi. So we're talking 2.4 seconds lost in the pit stop when you compare like for like, when you compare the BMW with the Audi. But all of a sudden he's gained 0.9 of a second back through the second sector. So the Audi's clearly a very quick car, and all Kim Louis Schramm needs is the odd yellow flag here and there. There might be the chance to close in again.
Now, to that box on the turn one. It is a penalty box. It's a long lap penalty. If you've done a long lap and deemed to, you have to pull into that and go through it, and then walk the 60k and rejoin.
Interesting. So that's like a penalty box that doesn't require you to come into the pit lane.
Correct.
And therefore kill loads of time. It just shaves 5 seconds off or so. I don't know what time it will be.
Exactly what you lost.
Yeah.
Pull over to 60k through and out again. Now, what I can't find is any corresponding message as to why number 11 Schnitzelalm Mercedes had to do that.
Okay.
But it does appear so. We could be going rabbit holes here, but that is definitely. I said it's too obvious on the circuit to be there for no reason at all. That is what it's there for, and it does appear as if that car did exactly that. I can't find a reason to do it on message yet, but when I find it at 2 o'clock tonight, I'll message you.
Okay,
I know you'll be wide awake waiting. Yeah.
Give us a ring.
Coiled spring.
Excellent spot though from you, Snowy. I have to admit I was looking down at the time and didn't even know something was in existence like that on the circuit, but it's a brilliant idea to be able to introduce a penalty without having a huge impact on the main complexion of the race. Yes, you'll lose 5-6 seconds on a lap time, but that will then right an earlier wrong. Exactly what penalty might have been breached there, we'll wait and see. But it's clearly only a minor indiscretion that they just want to then punish in the moment.
Well, exactly. So minor, it's easy to overlook it, isn't it? But,
well, yeah, true.
So coming up to the final half hour, Johnny, I can't believe it already. It's been an action-packed season opener. I'm sure there are stats out there somewhere. I think Tim, our producer, is probably pretty hot on these things, but there's been quite a lot of flag in front times, zones, 120s, 60s, whatever. It's been pretty packed this race, folks.
Yes, it has.
We've not had a lot of clear running.
No. And lots of green now on my screen, though.
Which actually we do have right now.
Which would suggest, finally, the whole of the track is clear of those incidents. But yeah, that's the nature, I suppose, of having 124 cars.
It's almost scripted, isn't it? Run to the flag, boys. 30 minutes to go. Green flag.
Yeah. Well, this is how we would like the race to be decided, on pure pace, rather than falsely.
I'm an advocate of that. I do like races that are decided on track.
Yeah.
Not in the pits or steward's room afterwards. Call me old-fashioned, but
stewards room afterwards is horrible. I think everyone should know who's won an event as they're leaving the circuit. I do appreciate the reasons why this is done. Yeah, but the downside, of course, is for the chaser, Kim Louis Schramm. He would dearly like a couple of spells of yellow flag here and there to close in.
Would you want it on merit?
No, I think Phoenix want to win. They want to end last year on a.
You said Kim Louis Schramm. You didn't say Phoenix. That's two different things.
Okay, well, Schramm being ensconced in Phoenix, I still think he would like
Just
a
remember,
little bit.
There's no I in team, but there is in driver.
That's very true, and there is in Kim and Louis.
I think I've made my point.
Round the right-hander at Galgenkopf will go the BMW onto the Dottinger Hoor, and Schramm, if he was much closer, would be picking up this tow, but he is over 3 seconds back now, with the BMW number 99 turned around very quickly in pit lane, and now heading down the Dottinger Hoor. Half an hour to go. This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer engrossed in the first Nürburgring Langstrecke Series of the season. And although it was an Audi 1-2 finish at the back end of last year for the Phoenix Audis, the Scherer Sport sponsored Audis, Rover Racing entering two cars, but really only taking one of them seriously. The 99 car out front at the moment and looking good with 30 minutes to go.
Faltenreifen. World's first asphalt watch. Nürburgring Asphalt 1. Over 90 years of racing history. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle.
Von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zu NLS.
Slower from Schramm at a 157.3. RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Just under half an hour to go of the first NLS race of the season. Sun really beating down now in the Eifel Valley and heading now up the hill towards the right-hander on the approach to the carousel. Where's the Audi? There it is, not too far back at all. So 3.5 seconds might well have been condensed to about 2.5 seconds now as the BMW hits the concrete. Kim Louis Schramm not letting up. He's got 25 minutes to close in this gap, which shrank significantly through Sector 2, but did open up a little bit by 0.7 of a second through Sector 3, Snowy.
Now, I'm not sure what this says about either of us here, Johnny, but whilst you're talking animatedly about the action on track, I've been digging into the rules.
Okay.
Pause for effect. There is a penalty lap. It is called a penalty lap. It is defined in the rules by the clock, or the race director may, in less serious cases of any infringements, issue a penalty lap. And this is a zone located after turn 1 and 2, length of 50 metres. You've got to drive through it at no more than 60k. So that's probably exactly what has happened to that Schnitzel Mercedes. Now, looking at that back on action on track, you're quite right. Number 47, the KCMG Toyota Supra, is parked at a nearly 90-degree angle to the track without any damage to it, as in bodywork damage.
Yeah.
So a very strange place to be stopped. There's no tyre mark down to that either. I was just going to say have the rears locked or something, but they haven't. Well, not on the bit we just saw there. And this is at Bifferman, isn't it, as we said, isn't it?
Yes, or Hedvigshoor, as it's sometimes called as well. So sort of between Hoher Act and
I could say that more precise between Bifferman, you're quite right, yeah.
Martin Rump, who is a very talented driver, has either made a mistake or he's caught another car on that section of circuit. It's really only single file over Hoher Act, and you can run out a little wide there, perhaps sometimes too wide, but without witnessing the incident itself. Tricky to say from this distance. Now, as the leaders arrived on that scene, they found yellow flags initially, then the code 120, then the code 60, and that did close the gap again between Vanthoor and Schramm. But the other side of the code 160, Vanthoor was able to hit the loud pedal earlier than Schramm, and that started to build the gap again. So 318.7 through sector 4. We're about to get Schramm's time through the longer sector. They've more or less matched one another there. So I still think this is going to be a net gain for Kim Louis Schramm. Is he going to be able to get close enough to the BMW down the Dottinger Hohe? Probably not, judging by the distances. The Audi, though, has been looking strong in a straight line, but so actually is the BMW, and it's not even in sight there as the Rover Racing helicopter cam pans to the left, the other side of Antonius Bucher, and into Hohenrhein, Tiergarten, and then Hohenrhein will arrive the top two and back over the line. It was a gap that sat at 3.5 seconds. Let's see whether that's changed at all. Back to Kim Louis Schramm. Feels like about 3.5 seconds again. So, no, it's not. It's come down. 2.9. So almost 0.6 of a second found.
Almost identical there. So your observation about sector 1, where it was significantly quick. Sorry, sector 2, where it was that a bit quicker. Sector 3, Vantor was a second or half a second quicker in just under 2. Sector 4, they matched each other on 3:18.7, 3:18.8. So you say equally matched there. Sector 5, 48.9, 48.9.
Yeah.
So just that little bit earlier on. So, but that's brought that down, as you say. It was 3.5 seconds last lap, 2.9 now. That's all we need to do. Keep chipping away. 21 minutes to go. So 3 laps.
3 laps, and he might be with him.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, speaking of being with one another, 2 Audis absolutely nose to tail now. This is Ricardo Feller fighting the team that he started the race with, Phoenix. Car collection up the inside, had the advantage for one corner. They're now going to be completely side by side through the Mercedes arena, through one element of that, maybe through the second element of it as well. Feller braking as late as he dares versus Vincent Kolb in the number 5 car, the blue and white. And Kolb, I thought, would then have the advantage coming to the right-hander.
He did, but he went too far to the right and rattled it over the curve. It just cost him the bit he needed there, and probably 100th of a second, but it cost him the time on track, the place. That was he did actually had track position, and he's got the power down there. But very strangely, you've expected there to get the power down too much and get the back out and lose time that way, squirrel the car. It didn't. He just rattled it over the curbs, which doesn't really do the job.
No,
didn't do it any good at all. It has been proven.
No, tyres then for a big chunk of that turning point, no longer in contact with asphalt.
Tend not to work so well then. They tend to work best when they're in contact with the track, as I've also been told a few times.
You're not going to get much grip off the corner in comparison to the 33, which stayed. Oh, now he's fully out in the weeds coming out of the Vidal chicane.
It's just getting messy, isn't it, almost? Now, it's just most unlike him.
Well, sometimes one error can then lead to diminishing returns. He was trying to go around a back marker at the time, got balked up behind coming out of the chicane, and then took to the fairly high curbing there. But again, no grip compared to the 33 that stayed on the black stuff throughout and gains a significant margin as a result. So Ricardo Feller, having pulled off the move for car collection, up to 4th position, now leaving Vincent Kolb very much in his wake.
Very quick update on the KCMG Supra that had already had an incident at Bergwerk before it parked off, as it was at Heggeshoer. So whether it's gone off a second time or had another incident, I don't know, but there was obviously, that's why it's parked at that strange angle. So I'm suggesting things would have been broken on that car.
Yeah, toe link or something, which has steered him into the barrier. Real shame that for Martin Rump. He'd been going well in SP10. SP10, a lot of cars in that category for 2023. We started with 9, and certainly the Teichmann Racing Supra no longer runs. Martin Rump looks to be a retirement, but I think the other 7 cars are all still circulating, and the SP10 class is led by the FK Performance Motorsport BMW M4 GT4, car number 187. Second place is the Mercedes, number 177 for driver Valdo, and then it's Andres Gulden in the Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Toyota Supra. That must be at least 3 Supra GT4s in the SP10 entry. Car number 170 on course for a podium at this point. Just under 18 minutes to go. On to lap 25 we go now for, in fact, 26 for our SP9 overall leaders. 1:25 for the Cup 2 runners. Peter Terting now, by the way, leading Cup 2 for Müllner Motorsport. He's ahead of Reinhard Koffler for Team Mattol, and in third position Tim Scheerbart for Avia WNS Motorsport. All Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, of course. SP9 AM is led by the number 17 Aston Martin. That was the only entry in SP9 AM, but you've still got to finish to win the class, and it's Christophe Breuer who shares with Maxime Dumoulin in that Pro Sport Racing green and yellow Aston Martin. Waiting for the cars now to head through the longest sector, sector 4. Again, about a second found through one sector alone by Kim Louis Schramm, but that's really only gaining back the second that he lost to Vantor in sector 2. So again, when you link all of the split times up, I'll wait to see sector 4 before I'm fully decided on this, but it would appear that the Audi again has found a little bit of time on the BMW through the real twisty stuff out in the countryside and through that traffic, which does surprise me. Kim Louis Schramm, a very talented driver, but I would have expected Dries Vantor to have had the edge on him, particularly in these closing stages. It's a little bit about where you're catching the traffic. They're heading now out of Hohe Acht and through Hedwigshohe, where the stricken KCMG Supra is still parked, Snowy.
Yeah, and it might just be in Dries Vantor's defence. It might just be that he's not fully au fait with that BMW yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's come from driving the car behind him, inside out, knows that Audi, and it's no reflection on his ability, but there is nothing like seat time.
Yeah.
When you've had season after season and you've won races, you're new to it. There are nuances that you're not yet going to know and not getting those final bits out of it. So maybe I'm just being too benevolent.
Sector 4 will give us more answers. I have a feeling.
Sector 4 is the answer, isn't it?
They'll be due through there any moment now. Cup 2, final stop's going to have to be made here. And as mentioned, the Cup 2 cars can generally make about 70 minutes on fuel. That's the reason why they're pitting so late on in the hour, because they gain about 10 more minutes over GT3 cars each and every stint, maybe 15 minutes in some cases. So the 1-2-3 of Peter Terting, this should be his final stop for Müllner Motorsport. Also in behind him, Reinhard Koffler for Team Mattol. Tim Scheerbart has already made his third and I reckon final stop. So the 120 car shouldn't need to come in. So these two had got about a lap ahead of Tim Scheerbart. Now it won't be a full lap, but we're still waiting for Tim now to come back into the pits. The benefit of pitting with only 15 minutes to go is you can go in and out, really not stopping with the team for very long at all.
Kim Louis Schramm, 1/10 quicker, that's all through sector 4, 1/10. 33, 9, 19, 2 and 1. So it's not there yet. What was it, 2.9 seconds last time?
Yeah.
There's going to be this, they're going to complete this lap and one more.
Has Peter Terting retained the race lead in Cup 2? At the moment it looks like he has. Tim Scheerbart's crossed the line 40 odd seconds behind. The 960 Cayman is still out front in the Cup 3 division. No, it's not. It's it's second place now to the 959, which we spoke about at the time. So the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport car has got in front of the 960. So 959 leading that category now. And is there enough time still on the clock for Fabio Grosser to be caught, I wonder? Here's the 99 BMW, back through the Mercedes arena goes Dries Vantor, and the gap has crept up a little again, north of 3 seconds once more, back to Kim Louis Schramm. 3.2 seconds is the gap, so it had gone down to 2.9, now back up to 3.2. The Scherer Sport Audi R8 LMS of Kim Louis Schramm fluctuating through the course of lap 26. How many more laps to go? Well, it's an 8-minute lap, so we'll have this one we've just started and one more after that. which will make it once again a 28-lap race. 105.9 through sector 1 for Vantor. It's a 106.1 for Kim Louis Schramm. Has Schramm missed out on this opportunity to really reel in the BMW in anger? It might be that his tyres now, the Audi's tyres, are just past their peak. But he'll need plenty of rubber to be able to lean on, not least through this part of the circuit. Hatzenbach, which has got considerably more dusty and affected by debris, detritus through the course of the 3 hours and 50 minutes that we very nearly had. BMW needs to now put a lap on the Fricadelli Ferrari and can do that quite easily. Fair play to the Fricadelli driver.
Exactly, yeah.
Mirrors being paid close attention to. That was Klaus Aberlan, who realised he wasn't fighting a car on the same lap. Aberlan fully focused on getting second place in SP9 Pro-Am. Wow, actually, the class lead is not necessarily out of his grasp. Maxime Soulet in the CP Racing Mercedes a bit further up the road in car number 45. But yes, we might be into the final 15 minutes, but it might be that at any one moment the overall race leader pops into your door mirrors and you have to be ready to not exactly jump out of its way, but make some accommodating space. The Ferrari of Aberlan now, say, chasing Maxime Soulet, the car that he shares at CP Racing with Charles Espenlaub and Shane Lewis. Guys that we are very familiar with in the 24H series, the Charlie Putman team. They have their Mercedes on site again here at the Nürburgring. Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Ferrari heading now towards Hohenrhein. But this car brand new for Rinaldi Racing, and it's Leo Weiss at the wheel of car 22. Also across the line there is Arjun Maini for the Hout Racing team, the Indian driver in 14th position. Bit more time gathered back again through the second sector. It's only half a second, but it's going the right way for Kim Louis Schramm. He just needs a bit more traffic on this lap, because, I mean, as soon as you get within about 2 seconds, what are you laughing at me for? I'm trying to build this up.
You are? You did a great job.
Dottingerhorn.
Loving it.
2 seconds on the Dottingerhorn could be a lead change.
Absolutely. Absolutely so. You've got to be in it to win it. It's the same, got to be in range.
It's not often we get only 3 seconds between two different key manufacturers. Another very good sector time there for Kim Louis Schramm. That's over a second found on Dries Vantor in sector 3. 157.6 for Schramm doing the chasing. 158.8 for the Rover Racing BMW. Will he be ready to pounce? Now, have there been some dramas for Vincent Kolb on this lap? He has not appeared at the end of sector 2. Vincent Kolb, who was running in 5th position, doesn't appear on my screen at the end of sector 2. Kuba Gamaziak is there. Max Hesser is there in the BMW Junior team. And I'm seeing Thomas Preining and Lucas Stoltz as well.
Yeah, it's stationary at Hatzenbach.
So the number 5 Audi, the second of the Shearer Sport Phoenix R8s, not appearing. Well, it got to the end of the Grand Prix track, but has ground to a halt, it would appear, on the Hatzenbach.
Which is why there's a code 60 there.
Wow, dear me. So the Audi Phoenix car could still, well, the Phoenix team could still be in the reckoning to win this race, but the other car looks like it's on course now for a DNF, with Kolb potentially in the wall there. We don't know whether he's made contact with some of the scenery or whether the car is just...
No, I think it's just, there was an incident there for another car, 665, which is...
It's another Schnitzelarm car.
Schnitzelarm M240i, yeah.
Second in the 240i's.
Yeah, that was involved there. I think, I've got a feeling it wasn't involved in it.
But on our scoring tower, car number 5 is displayed in 5th position. But rest assured,
Not for long.
the 34 will now be up to 5th in the form of Kuba Gimasiak. Max Hesse will inherit 6th position, therefore, for the BMW Junior team. And Thomas Preining in the Manthey Porsche will be up to 8th.
Until we get eyes on that at Hatzenbach, it's I've got reports suggesting that the two aren't involved, but side by side, it's very odd. Both are stationary at the same part of the circuit.
Dear me. Okay, so we're waiting now to see what happens with the 4th sector of this penultimate lap. Looking to be on course for a 28-lap race for the first NLS of the year. There's also more drama now down at Arenberg, just before the road bridge there, and the Fuchsrohre, the run down into the Foxhole and Adenauer Forst. So new code 60 in place at Arenberg, and that's being stretched back, or at least the slow zone's being pulled back to the exit of Schwedenkreuz. Still, we patiently wait
And
for
just
the top two.
look at the ticker, the 665 and 005, as in the Schnitzelhelm BMW and the Audi, instantly identical time, so I can't see how those two aren't connected.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Maybe didn't get to see the incident as it unfolded. Here's the BMW from Rover. The Audi's not that far away, maybe a couple of seconds. Don't think it's quite in the draft though to take advantage of that big hole being punched in the air by the Dries Vanthoor driven BMW M4. How close is that Audi? Just needs to be a few more car lengths closer to the Rover machine. So it's having to punch its way through the air on its own, Kim Louis Schramm. 318.1 through sector 1, 318.2 for the chasing Audi.
3.2 seconds between them last time. I think it's going to be under 3 seconds this time. Certainly with that traffic for the Vanthoor BMW coming through Tiergarten.
So it dropped as low as 2.9 on the previous lap. I think it's going to be closer than that this time around.
Yeah,
it's 1.4.
Yeah.
So they've managed to, Schramm has managed to halve it around 25 kilometres, and he'll need to do the same again and and overtake the car. But as I say, once you get within about a second, I thought it was 2 seconds in truth, but once you get within about a second of the car in front, then the airflow does the rest for you. But Schramm cannot afford any mistakes. Likewise, Dries Vanthoor.
Kind of like a natural DRS, isn't it?
Yes.
But this is where Dries Vanthoor's got his work cut out now, with just over 5 minutes left on the clock as they went under the M-Power bridge on the pit straight there. Definitely the final lap. Half the gap, 1.5 seconds. The concentration now, the pressure that got behind. And actually, the one that's got the easy job is Schramm. Yeah. In terms of mental pressure. Because today, just like, right, almost wait for him. Put him under pressure to make him into a mistake. We always say push them into a mistake. We don't mean physically, but pressurise, create. And you're sitting there as that car in front. You've just got to keep it all inch perfect, and there's nothing like it. I've got to say, it's quite exhilarating when you're in that position as well. When you do pull it off, you're just like, you're so drained.
Yeah. But very, very happy as the BMW loses a bit of time there behind the CP Racing Mercedes. This is the car driven by Maxime Soule, and they must be into yellow flags, aren't they? Yes. So it was yellow initially.
Now Schramm closed the gap, you notice, ready to pounce on the restart.
So the BMW already looking for a way by the CP Racing Mercedes.
Way to push it along by the look of it.
Right underneath that rear wing of the AMG. And we might now get a clue as to exactly what's happened to Vincent Kolb. With the intervention vehicle showing everybody to the right.
Oh, it's a big one. It's gone over to the right, locked up. I think it has collected that other Schnitzelhelm BMW. That's been a big collection for those two together in Hatzenbach. It looks. I wonder if the Mercedes, sorry, the BMW has just slowed and been able to just cannot avoid it. They've started further up on the left, gone across the grass on the right, and collected the barriers on the outside. So that's going to be a big collection. They're taking each other out there.
That is precisely why there are tyres up against the wall on driver's left there of the latter portion of Hatzenbach to collect cars or at least make and have a safe landing rather than hit bare Armco. There's quite a drop the other side of that Armco as well, so far safer to have a number of lines of tyres. Which BMW did you say was involved there? Was it the 665?
663, I think. Bear with me, I will tell you.
It was one of the ones that was up in the M240i battle. Might have been the 66. No, not 66. It's the wrong colour for that. Schnitzel arm racing, we thought.
665.
665. Okay. Yeah, so that's still being
Yeah,
shown.
as I said, Schnitzel arm racing.
That's the one still being shown in third position. That's why I was confused briefly. The reason for that is because the other cars around it haven't crossed the line yet, so it's not dropped it down a great deal. But I go with that. I go with 665. It's just that the timing screen hasn't quite caught up. Down into the foxhole, the Audi has lost time visually on the BMW. They snake their way now through Adenauer Forst. There's a Porsche GT3 car for the Audi to try and leap by as early as possible. But Dries Vanthoor making a bit of hay now in the sunshine. He's got ahead coming out of Adenauer Forst, and they're heading for Metzgersfeld, Kallenhart and Verseifen. And the BMW has got sufficient enough a gap now, almost, to say it's job done. But then you turn the next corner and there's a great clutch of brand new traffic to get by.
Welcome to the Nürburgring.
He goes to the outside, now to the inside through the right-hander at Verseifen itself, still plunging downhill to this very awkward approach to Exmuller. You're having to brake and turn at the same time.
Schramm's been held up there. They just had the cards fall. Literally, you said, Johnny, the Audi's suddenly sitting behind now. Two back markers lined abreast. That slowed Kim Lundstrom. I think that put paid to any challenge he may have. It might have been 1.4 seconds across the line, and that's going to be 2.5 seconds now between those two cars visually. Vanthoor is up and gone and up the road. Look, 25 car lengths.
Yeah. Heading for Bergwerk next, and then the really open throttle stuff through Kesselchen and Klostertal. So this is Bergwerk, the right-hander. And it is so important to get a good exit out of that corner, but you're now pulling through the gears, and it's an uphill climb, but
glorious.
It's a brilliant, such a rewarding part of the circuit. This full chat by the time. I mean, you're probably just feathering the throttle at Klostertal, or maybe one of these GT3 cars with the aero just stay planted to the road surface. That kink there, not really registered. That's the more tricky one at Klostertal. Then over to the right-hand side, where there have been a number of incidents through the years. The right-hand kink tends to be nameless, but into now this steep hill, which in the very old days, the old Nürburgring used to go straight up that hill and rejoin at ADAC. But the carousel was introduced to make the incline slightly more easy for these modern-day race cars.
There's the visual difference. The BMW coming out of the carousel with the Audi's going in on the other side. They pass literally on the opposite side of the track, but there's a whole carousel to go there.
Yeah. And this is where the BMW has come into its own. We were talking about very small incremental gains for the chasing Audi, but Sector 3, I mean, read this and weep, Kim Lundstrom, 2:18.3 for Vanthoor, a 2:22 for the chasing Audi. That's
22.9 as well.
2:29.9, yeah. So that is over 4.5 seconds lost to the BMW. That might come down a little bit as they head by the stricken Toyota Supra of KCMG. This, needless to say, has been called as the final lap because we were down to the change, just the final few seconds as the cars headed into along the Hatzenbach. And as expected, due to be a 28-lap race, which will complete 4 hours of racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Maybe Dries Vanthoor was just playing with us there. The Rover Racing BMW seemed to be fairly vulnerable as it crossed the line with a lap to go. 1.498 seconds was the margin, but it will, I think, easily have doubled now and possibly be north of 5 seconds by the time they receive the checkered flag. Fair play to Kim Lundstrom. and to his teammate Ricardo Feller, who've given it their absolute all, particularly Feller, I thought, during that double stint. And Feller will be really feeling it after his afternoon's work, because he's still doing some driving right now in the car collection Audi. How far away is that car from Marcel Markovits? Still about 12 or so seconds at the start of this lap, so looking very likely that Mercedes will make the podium. And I have to say, after qualifying this morning, well, they qualified in 4th. Marek Bachmann's pace saw him drop away from the top 5 initially, but they were concentrating more so on average pace across both drivers, and they will be rewarded with a podium finish, it seems. A clear run now to the flag for Dries Van Tor. This rather unconventional approach from Rover Racing, beginning the race with 2 separate cars, but only with 1 driver, or 2 drivers allocated to each, but clearly only 1 driver can drive at once. And in order to make that driver change possible, they pitted the 98 car much earlier, got Van Tor out so that he could take over from Maxime Martin. And it is the 99 car from Rover BMW, Rover Racing's M4 GT3, that will take the first race win of the season in the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series. Live here on RS1, the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And that is one feather in the cap for BMW ahead of May's huge event. NLS sits as a separate championship, of course. Audi will finish second in the first round of the season. There are 2 more domestic rounds to go before we get to May. But BMW really throwing down the gauntlet to the other 3 major German manufacturers, Peter Snowden.
6.4 seconds at the closing on the flag there, and that being 1.5 to 5 second difference over that lap when it counted. What a dream debut for Dries Van Tor, switching from Audi, which he's driven for so long, to BMW and Rover Racing, and on the process beating an Audi in the way.
Yeah. And of course, starting...
And on track as well.
Indeed. And Dries, he started in the other BMW, did a stint and a half pretty much. They did 5 laps and then 6 laps. Peter and I were very confused when that number 98 car came in after only 11 laps total. But the idea quickly manifested itself then to me and Snowy that he was being deliberately taken out of the race so that he could take over from Maxime Martin and principally drive the number 99 car and on to victory. Ad Van Arch is now the scene of an incident, because there's at this late stage a new code 60 being added at Marshall Post 41. That's on the Grand Prix Strecke, I believe.
Yeah, I think we might have a drama for the 34 Kubica Maziak Valkenhorst BMW,
who hasn't reached the end of Sector 3 on this lap. So they're starting to drop like flies a little bit here. We had obviously the dramas for Vincent Kolb crashing, however he managed that, either catching another car or having his own incident and another car caught him in the wall. But Vincent Kolb with strife on the Hatson back. And now, very good spot, Snowy. Gamaziak has only reached halfway round this lap, or barely that actually.
He's at, he was running 5th as well. That's at Metzgersfeld.
So Gamaziak, I had him in 6th position. The junior team BMW had already got by him, but that might have been as a result of the incident that took place at Metzgersfeld. And Max Hesse, together with Dan Harper and Neil Verhagen, on course now, or they have finished 5th, in fact, because they've just taken the checkered flag in car 44. Does this provide an answer? No, that was the Ferrari 296 heading for the grass as everybody was slowing down, possibly after the checkered flag. No, we're still racing by this point. And around the outside went the number 123 Cup 2 Porsche.
And then stopped.
Something crazy going on.
Very strange there.
I think the other side of the bridge were heading into the caution area put in place because of Vincent Kolb's car.
That's the remains of that there, isn't it?
Yeah. And that was down at Arenberg, which is another incident. That we were telling you about.
I think the 34's had hasn't. I think it's got tyre damage. Maybe a late puncture for Kubica Maziak and the Valkenhorst M4. still hasn't, because it was running, as I said, our 5th, but you were right, it was 6th. It's already not even classified as 8th on our run order at the moment, so and dropping down. So Lamborghini Mapelli in the App Sport Lamborghini takes 9th. On this basis, we're going to have, it's going to be 10th at best.
Yeah, and that assumes, I mean, the Gamaziak car hasn't even reached the end of Sector 3 yet. That was the car that started from pole position, don't forget, as well. Kuba Gamaziak and Andy Soucek. And Soucek's opening stint went very well indeed. But it's all gone a bit south as far as the 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW M4 is concerned. A cracking win, though, for Rover Racing and their BMW M4 GT3. Maxime Martin arrives on the scene now to congratulate Dries van Toor after his afternoon's work. And Dries starting in the 98, completing things in the 99. Maxime Martin did have a spell in the 98 car in the closing stages, that car returning to the racetrack for a few laps at least. But the priority was always with the sister machine, which ends up on the top step of the podium. So very big congratulations to those guys. For those interested, 15 laps completed for the number 98 Rover Racing BMW. Compare that to 28 for the race winner. The Audi of Scherer Sport Phoenix, R8 LMS of Kim Louis Schramm, together with Ricardo Feller. They finish in second position, 6.4 seconds down. And it's the Marcel Markovic Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes number 11, also a Marek Bockman, who will complete the podium, 42 seconds back, 48.5 from the race winner. In fourth position, the other Audi from Car Collection, Ricardo Feller jumping into that car with a stint to go to bring it to fourth place, ahead of Max Hesse, sharing with Dan Harper and Neil Verhagen in the BMW Junior Team M4. And the second best of the Mercedes AMGs is the Bilstein car. Now, they really kept their powder dry early on. I was wondering where Raffaele Marciello was, frankly, not featuring in the top 10, but they were slowly working their way up the order. And Lucas Stoltz in car number 8 gets the car into the top 6 as a reward in the closing stages. Various events down at Arenberg are still being sorted out. At least one car in the gravel down there.
Yeah, and I can confirm that the 34 BMW is parked at the side of the track at Metzgersfeld, so it isn't continuing. It wasn't even just a slow puncture. So absolutely gutting for the 34 Valkenhorst entry.
So that draws to a close the first NLS race of the season, live here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It certainly kept us guessing to the closing stages, but in the end, Dries van Toor was able to drive away and get the first win of the season for Rover Racing, BMW, and for the M4. Audi, Mercedes, Porsche will not like that one bit, and there are 2 further NLS races to look forward to before we get to the qualifying race for the 24-hour itself, which takes place over the weekend of the 20th and 21st of May. But the next NLS race for your diary is Saturday the 1st of April, so that's 2 weeks' time?
2 weekends' time, yeah.
It feels like 2 weekends' time. Live here once again on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited Network. Join us for that from Peter Snowden and me, Johnny Palmer, and our executive producer, Tim Gray. Bye-bye for now.